were major fucking stars. Gene Autry, the first singing cowboy. It would be hillbilly music if it wasn't for Gene Autry, but he took it out west and made people think cowboy instead of country music, right? When he died, the thing of all the movie stars, all the entertainers, all the fucking rock stars, Gene Autry, the singing cowboy from the fucking 30s, was the only entertainer on the list of the Forbes 400 richest people in the country. Gene fucking Autry. You can't even sing that well. Anyway, you got some things going on this week, don't you?
I always do. This week, we are in the Red Guard Podcast Network. I want to mention a few shows. This week on Stick to Wrestling, it is part 2 of their 2-week look. John McAdam welcomes internet troublemaker, noted internet troublemaker, David Dixon's man on the show, and it was the summer of 1984.
You know, that is a perfect job description for Vix. Noted internet troublemaker.
Vix and John McAdam talk about the summer of 1984 all over the wrestling world. Hear it today at McAdamPod.com or available wherever it is you find your favorite podcast. Want to make mention, Breaking Kayfabe with Valdrin and Barry have begun a new series on the show. So many people remember Jeff Valdrin's top 100 matches of the 1980s. Yet infamy from that listing in the trick.
Infamy.
In the wrestling division. And now, Ken and Barry Rose are going to go back and look at the top matches from the 1990s. He never did all this. So he's going, he's taking suggestions, he's looking at matches. You have suggestions, any match?
It's over for you. We're here for your bounty.
From the 1990s. Or is there one Smoky Mountain match?
If it was a Smoky Mountain match, it would be the Rock and Roll League Town or the Big West Brawl 93 Street Fight, or potentially the Tracy Smothers Dirty White Boy chain matches with Bluegrass Brawl that same night. I mean, besides the usual suspects, the 90s also takes into account Austin and Bret Hart at WrestleMania, and the latter match with Michaels and Razor Ramon. I'm probably not as good on the last half of the 90s as I would be on the first half, because I stopped paying attention during the Attitude Era because of obvious reasons. What else did you mention? Where do you stand?
Let me ask you about the Smoky Mountain match, because I was there live and it was fantastic. Where do you stand on the Thugs versus Heavenly Bodies 95 match?
Well, and Shawn Michaels and Buddy Landell that same night.
If you know, that's another one.
I've been working on new designs. Want to see? Take it.
Such an important match.
So that, well, we can come up with a variety. See, that's why they make these lists, so people can argue about it. But just make sure that they fucking put all those matches we just said on the list.
We'll hear what Barry and Valdrin have to say. If you want to argue with them, ValdrinPod.com or available wherever it is that you find your favorite podcast. Also, I want to mention John Rezzi's Pro Wrestling Spotlight then and now. Of course, for patrons, we put up the full, unedited original broadcast and the podcast. We review it, we post snippets from the show. This week, it is on fire. July 30th, 1989. Bruno Sammartino just lighting on WWE. He is, I should say WWF. He's flat out, he doesn't care. A caller asked him if he really thinks he can beat Zeus. And just sprint is on. It's so crazy. Well, Dave Meltzer in 1989, 30 years ago. Hear him talking about the Great American Bash, the greatest pay-per-view events, if not the single greatest pay-per-view event of all time.
Wait a minute, what did he say about the Dynamic Dudes versus the Skyscraper?
I don't remember him specifically reviewing that match on this episode, but
see, that's when everybody started talking about the Great American Bash 89, greatest pay-per-view of all time, and I went back and watched it. I said, okay, you gotta take the chaff with the wheat, or whatever that old saying is. And there was a couple of clunkers. Anyway,
I'll tell you this. I'll give you a controversial story. I'll say that match because of the way that the match was should have became a spectacle over the Brian Pillman Bill Irwin match. That match.
92% still.
Yeah.
I'm working. It's just hard.
Yeah, but when I was watching it, I got the thought. I said, you know what? Bill Irwin is there in the position, and I always liked Bill Irwin. But Bill Irwin is there in the position of he's the veteran that should be the one to get this young rookie over. Because they clearly want to push him, and it was designed to get Brian over.
You drinking?
But Bill overestimated his level of over at that point because he thought people wanted to see him have that long match where he got all that heat and controlling Brian Pillman, and no, they didn't want to see that. They wanted to see it shorter. They wanted to see Pillman do more. And Bill Irwin, in that instance, should have turned into Bobby Eaton because he just took too much and too long. And he was because he was wanting to get pushed too, and he was trying to stay over, but it was too much about Bill and not enough about Brian.
See, the other thing about that paper you got to remember, from let's say match 4 or so on, every match is excellent, but every match gets better than the one before.
Well, that's what it's supposed to.
It's good. Even your match with Paul Lee, it's good for what it is. It's great for what it is.
And plus, we benefited by following fucking skyscrapers.
Why is that scary?
People just fucking hated, so they were like, oh shit.
I feel like something.
And we know what they're doing. And so we
I feel like it's the best.
from that. And
It's an underrated war game. I mean, no one talks about it because it's always like Dustin wasn't there.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to forget about the war game. But it's like a great war games. It's a really, really great war games. And it's a fun war games. And it's fun.
Hey, you should have been in it if you think it was fucking fun.
Hey, you were outside of the Cornet. I didn't
Yo, literally, imagine. Could not be me.
My knee was swollen up the size of my fucking ass. I couldn't hardly
That Paul Lee was in an athletic match. He was running all around the ring. He wasn't complaining about his knee.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, are you disputing that it's one of the greatest, or that it should have that, should be held that highly, or what were you saying?
Look, well, the thing is, there was half of the matches were very good to great, and the other half weren't that great. And I don't know if it's definitely not the greatest Great American Bash of all time, because that would have been one of the ones from '86 or '87 when things were still so hot, and the fucking all the matches were kept short and bloody and fucking circulations and goddamn people going crazy and blow-offs, and those were incredible shows. This one was a standard arena card that built from start to finish, but it top to bottom wasn't anywhere near flawless. Maybe the best pay-per-view ever was the Canadian Stampede, the In Your House from Calgary, right?
But there's an example of something being one match.
But the thing is, none of the other shows
Yeah, pero
sucked.
que poquito
It was one of the rare shows you see where nothing stunk. Nothing was bad.
I did. What's she gonna do about it?
That's, if you're gonna talk a great show, there should be nothing bad.
What do you think is the best Crockett/WCW until you left pay-per-view?
You don't have to.
Oh, good God.
So you can't do Dash 86 without one.
You know, here's the thing. The Bash 88 top to
What?
bottom wasn't. I mean, I haven't watched a lot of these top
What?
to bottom in a long time.
What?
Wasn't Bash
What the
88
fuck?
Top to bottom,
That's exactly how it sounded, brother.
it wasn't as good at the top, but it wasn't as bad at the bottom as Bash 89.
Well, first of all, that was
Hey.
the Tower of Doom, I believe.
Hey.
Second of all, that is a great Lex Luger Ric Flair match with an awful finish because of the blood.
Well, yes. You have
What the fuck?
The finish would have worked if Lex had got more than a pap smear, but he was still very inexperienced in that regard. The idea was going to be that Luger has blood streaming down his fucking face, and there's the thought that, my God, could his eye be damaged, and he's got Flair in the torture rack, and the commission is there because they don't want any blood, and they finally stop it. And I swear to God, the boys used to call it a pap smear. In other words, he popped a pimple, and he had this little trickle that you couldn't really see except the close-up TV camera. The people in the building had no idea it was really fucking bleeding, and they stopped it. And it was, yeah.
And he was so blown up that his body was turning red. So you can't
With that somebody else.
even discern where the blood was. But yes, hear more about this at PWS.
See, now that only timer like Ole could have saved that finish because he'd have just fucking got Lex the hard way. But he'd have been
Wow.
they'd have believed to stop him.
How would Lex have reacted when he got back in the locker room? He'd been hard way by someone in the ring.
Oh, he would not have been a fan of that at all. I can tell you that. And I mean, most people wouldn't. But in that, to be honest, in that situation, you've got 13,000 people in an arena. Plus it's television. There's pay-per-view. It's being broadcast, and the finish of the World Championship is the babyface has to be bleeding so that he can be in charge, but the referee can believably stop it. If that had been
maybe he just hasn't played in a while.
Ricky Steamboat, Magnum TA, whoever the fuck they would have called a hard way. Because they would have said,
you stalker.
This, right? But it was more modern times.
Like I said, PWSPod.com will look for John Arezzi's Pro Wrestling Spotlight then and now, wherever it is that you find your favorite podcast. And of course, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership!
I'm in good health and I scoff at your screen today.
That seemed especially loud today, I must say. You get closer to the mic than usual, but anyway.
Let me try it again. No, go ahead. Get this plug out of the way.
I'm trying, goddammit. Episode 100.
To me. Festival Chizuki.
I don't give a fuck. Why? Why? Why would you want to summon that man?
It is almost done. Isn't that right, Jim?
Yeah, you're doing good.
You say so.
Anyway, thank you to everyone who's been going through the archive. And thank you to everyone who's been buying t-shirts and stickers and everything from the store. Really appreciate it. It truly is almost done.
It's not worth it.
Sending out all them t-shirts and stickers takes up a lot of time, doesn't it?
But in the meantime,
Yeah, fuck that guy.
go to the archives and get caught up. The 605 Super Podcast.
It's a mother something. All right, I've got a couple of emails from the Cult of Cornet listeners. One of them may be helpful to you, Brian, but this is from Tommy. I was going to read it earlier, but I forgot. But it's about the Behind the Curtain book, because he's one of the lucky people that was able to get his on Friday the 13th. It came in the mail. And he says, this Titanic tome, personalized, packaged, and put in post by the perpetually pissed-off pontificator of poisonous promos and purveyor of pro-Kinex pummelings, the keeper of kayfabe, the town crier of outraged Bill, not Olivier, is a wonderful collection of little-known but much-needed historical notes about this anarchic anachronism in the annals of athletics wrestling. Looking very forward to Volume 2. I just like the alliteration on Tommy's part.
So that's official, Volume 2 on the way?
Well, no, Volume 1 is still selling, so I'm sure there will be discussions in that realm, because you don't do something that sells like this and not do some more of it, but we'll see.
Don't you think you should do a kid's book? Something for kids?
Yeah, a little Billy Dumbfuck and all the Dumbfuck kids next door that Mr. and Mrs. Dumbfuck keep running around, letting run around on my lawn, like those kids.
Maybe you shouldn't do that.
Yeah. No, I like children. They're a little tough unless they're cooked properly. But I've got an email from David. I won't give a last name just in case people are looking for him. But David is trying to help you out, Brian, because, you know, over the past few weeks, we've been trying to win this $100,000 through my bookie.
Yeah, because no help from you.
Well, I'm putting up the fucking money if you never figure out what to do with it, because the problem has been that everybody knows I don't know how to use this newfangled internet thing properly, so I was going to put up the money. It costs $100 to enter, and first place is guaranteed to win at least $100,000. That's what it says right here. My bookie has better bonuses and more prop bets than any other sports book, period, and this year they're hosting the first online handicapping super contest. First place is guaranteed to win at least $100 grand, and it only costs $100 to enter. All you got to do is pick 5 NFL games against the spread every week to climb the leaderboard and score your share of the huge cash prize pool, and that sounded good to me. So I said, I'll put up the $100 if you will make the bet. But then we found out that you don't know anything about betting. And some of this stuff was a little bit over our head. And you have not, at this point, won us $100,000, and it's been 2 weeks, I'm getting a little impatient. So,
I did have some ideas. I did find out that so many people, a lot of people, got in touch to explain different things. And one of them is that a prop bet is just betting on various different things outside of like the game, point spread. I still don't know what the hell that is. But like I could say, I'll bet you X amount of dollars the quarterback will be wearing red shoes, or I'll bet you X amount of dollars they'll get a touchdown in the first half.
Well, wait a minute now.
So I want to take your $100 and I want to make all these little prop bets all over.
No, hold on, because I want to know, why would the quarterback wear red shoes?
If he's on a team with red jerseys.
Do they match the shoe? Well, nevertheless, see, we don't know a lot about football. And because he mentioned something you mentioned. Prop bets are betting on specific things to happen during a game. He gives better for instances than you do. For instance, if I was betting on the Mets and I wanted to make a prop bet, I might put $50 on Alonso, whoever that might be. Well, good. Well, then I might put $50 on Alonso to hit a home run. If he does, depending on the odds, I make money. So that's a prop bet.
Should have put 100, David. Alonso.
Well, the spread is what the odds makers expect the score difference to be. If the Mets are +4 against Baltimore, that means they are expected to win by 4 runs. If you go against the spread, that means you are expecting the team that is predicted to lose to do better than the margin. So if I took Baltimore in that scenario, I would be taking them to not lose by 4 runs. They can still lose, but as long as they lose by fewer than 4 runs, I win.
Listen, if the Mets are playing the Orioles, the Mets playing Baltimore, it has to be like 12 runs. They'll crush them. They're awful.
Well, he's just
horrible. Why would he use them? Why would he use them? Why wouldn't he use a competitive team?
You're taking this too literally. He's just trying to give us a for instance.
Nobody asked you.
But I didn't understand that anyway. Wait a minute. If the Mets are +4 against Baltimore, it means they're expected to win by 4 runs. If you go against spread, that means you're expecting the team that's predicted to lose to do better than the margin. So if I took Baltimore in that scenario, I'd be taking them to not lose by 4 runs. They can still lose, but as long as they lose by fewer than 4 runs, I would win.
Lose by 3 runs. See, you win.
I don't even know what I'm talking about. All right, anyway. What I want you to do is, Brian, you heard what I just said that David said. So take what David said, the advice that David gave, and go to my bookie. Because that's their slogan. My bookie is always the right play. You bet, you win, they pay. And that's the most important part. They pay. They've got live in-game betting on every NFL game, rewarding player perks. Visit MyBookie online today. You get up to $1,000 first deposit bonus. You can double your first deposit. If you put in $200, they put in an extra $200, or whatever the case, up to $1,000. And you can use promo code JCE to activate that offer. So double your money there with JCE. Visit MyBookie online. That's MyBookie. And don't forget to use the promo code JCE when creating your account to claim the bonus. Everybody's getting bonuses around here, but me. Bet, win, get paid.
You're about to drop your what?
Not bet, so we have not won, nor have we gotten paid yet.
But apparently they're giving out so much money, a lot of people think Tony Khan's running it.
Oh. Try to get heat off yourself. We're not making this bet.
Designs to show you.
Yeah.
We'll figure this out. I'm going to figure this out, and I'm going to win a lot of money. You'll get some money too.
Hey, all right, we'll talk about that off the air. Anyway, there was a big announcement last week. We made it here on the program. It was all over Twitter. Everybody in the world talking about it, that the big return to studio wrestling that the National Wrestling Alliance, the NWA, is perpetrating will be in Atlanta, Georgia on September 30th and October 1st, and I'm going to be one of the announcers, one of the fine commentators on that program when studio wrestling returns. And by the way, I'm at the VIP meet and greet on October 1st. It may be fruitless at this point to even try to get tickets because there's so many, there's so limited to begin with, and the VIPs were almost gone, but Follow the NWA on Twitter at NWA, and they will let you know. You can see the 10 Pounds of Gold series. You can see the videos that I've shot talking about studio wrestling history and various things there. Anyway,
What
but you
happened?
can find out if you can still get in. I doubt it. But Brian, to say, I mean, most normal people, the people who use their left and right turn indicators and listen to the experience in the drive-through, the members of the cult of Cornet, the people who can see through Donald Trump, all the normal people in the world, the wrestling fans,
Yep.
they loved it. They loved it, but there's that subset.
They made the in-game currency
little pissy ass
like less.
wrestling fans of modern day. They were just, oh my God, don't you close the door, we can't watch that. Oh, I'm the most unpopular person with them. How can it be, Brian, that on one hand, people can look up to me as a shining light, a beacon of hope, a savior of the pro wrestling.
Why would you want to buy jeans that you buy? You want to buy the same three pair of jeans,
On the wrong side.
or the same three pair of
You got
jeans?
these people who think, oh my God, he's the most horrible human being in the world, like I somehow was the worst subhuman species that, you know what somebody called me on Twitter? They called me a cisgendered white male. Now, I don't have a fucking clue what that means, but it does not sound complimentary. But the vehemence and the level of hate, and I just don't understand it, Brian, because, you know, we raise money here for charity. We contribute our time and efforts to help other people and to publicize great things from the past and present that have happened. Maybe could it be that it's because we speak too much truth about some of the people that these folks just love and worship and just think are the greatest things in the world, and that's why they get their panties in such a wad up in their tank to where it just affects their mental capacity. Could that be it?
That's a safe bet, but that's a large part of it, yes.
Is it just because they can't get over the idea that wrestling is not a fucking high school drama class or not a fucking comic convention cosplay contest, or we don't all get to participate, we don't all get to be included, we don't all get to play because you have to somewhat resemble a professional athlete first? Could that possibly be it? I'm just wondering, is it just that they're so offended that, what do you think, let's say the Delta airline pilot, what do you think that they think at the airline pilots lounge there in the Atlanta Hartsfield International Airport, when there's those Delta pilots sitting there and they've been flying planes for 15 or 20 or 25 years, and along comes the kid that's been watching TV and seeing people flying planes, and now Delta's decided, well, everybody should get to participate and play and to live their dreams. So we're going to have little Bucky Grover from Shit Heel, New Jersey. We're going to let him fly one of our 747s. What do you think the rest of those pilots would say? Let's say, for example, if an electrician, I've watched some electricians do some shit, and they're taking their life in their hands, and you gotta know how that shit works, right? What about one of these big-time electricians that wires these major office buildings, been an electrician 20, 25 years, knows these things inside and out, but all of a sudden, they bring in Little Jelly. Little Jelly, who, you know, he's grown up watching electricians on TV, and he just loved to be one, so we're going to let him play. So we're going to let him wire this office building. What do you think that veteran electrician would think of Little Jelly?
He may have a problem with that.
And another professional sport, the NFL. Let's just say that all those top athletes fought through college and fucking ran into people head first over and over again to get to the NFL, where they could make tens of millions of dollars and they could excel at their chosen profession, which also happens to be an athletic endeavor, and they can be viewed as the cream of the crop, and they can draw big crowds. But you know what?
Welcome.
Kids grow up watching football on television, don't they, Brian? And I bet you some of those kids would like to be football players, but genetics just, well, let's just say that the Dallas Cowboys just decide, you know, everybody should get to play because we want everybody to live their dream, and football's an art that everybody should get a chance to express. So we're just going to let little Dick Swinger, little Joey Dick Swinger from California, just walk right on the Dallas Cowboys, 5'6" and 116 pounds, and we're going to let him play in this next game at Cowboys Dallas Stadium. What the fuck? So I guess maybe that has part of it, but I got to started thinking.
What?
And you know, a lot of people are saying this.
6'9" is not funny anymore. It's 6'7" now.
And I know that these outlaw
Excedrin?
show wrestlers don't have that many fans, so I was starting to think,
Excedrin?
is there something to this? Am I irrelevant? Am I obsolete? How do I keep getting these jobs? Why do I keep getting booked?
What?
If not only am I
I'm so confused.
Person, but my opinion in wrestling means nothing. And all of the companies I ran, well, they went out of business.
Ooh, look at that blade.
And I hate younger wrestlers. And I just want everything to be the way it was in the 70s.
Yo.
I'm just
Yo, Haley, look at that.
How do I keep getting these jobs? Are all these people
Look at that blade.
Just fucked up in the head? Am I really irrelevant?
My stream.
Am I really obsolete? Do I really matter in wrestling? So I just...
YouTube.
The folks like to listen to the show to hear stories, and we tell about the old days. We're going to tell some about studio wrestling here in a minute. I just want to take a second here.
I guess. But you can do while you watch and do your homework. It's not that difficult. I don't think.
But at the risk of sounding, may I sound not humble here when oh, for God's sake. Let's see who that might be. Toll-free call. Fuck off and rock. I'm doing something.
That's fire, right?
Anyway, so what I was thinking was at the risk of tooting my own horn and appearing to come off as
oh, look at this other one I found. No. No, it's just holding it there. Look at this other one I found.
Have some relevance in wrestling, maybe not as much as these modern day fans would like, and maybe not as much as some of these modern day wrestlers would like.
You play as a girl.
You know, but I just jotted down a few things just to make
oh, look,
my case.
this one's fire.
I don't know, Brian. Tell me if I'm lost here. If I'm just too irrelevant and past it and just don't have the goods anymore. I've been a manager, and I guess my performance in the managerial capacity was what generally ranked with people like Bobby Heenan.
Yeah, that goes hard. Now, do I stay with this mask, or do I use this mask, or do I go with
Starrcade 86? I managed
this one.
The main event at WrestleMania 10. I'm the only person to manage the NWA World and World Tag Team
No, this one.
WWF World and World Tag Team Champions.
Oh, the bloody one.
With the help of zero accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips. So business is a breeze.
The one I'm on right now? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, now I gotta match her thing. Do I have something to... Almost.
Because there are 5 a.m. flights in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber.
Ooh, do I do all white or all black? TJ. Or do I do the red? White, black, or red? I mean, it's got a little brown in it.
Among many other things as a manager. And you know, they used to say that one of the measures of success in wrestling is longevity. Well, I kind of did okay with that because I started in 82.
The black.
Retired in 2017, so that's 35 years.
You go red?
Not consistently because I was doing other things. But
so now,
I guess I did okay as a manager. Would you give me a point in the column there?
Red mask.
Yes, I think you deserve a point. Maybe just a point. As an announcer, let's say that one of these wrestling promotions is not
Or
looking for a manager, because I'm retired anyway, but they're looking for an announcer. Well, I guess I've done okay doing Crockett Promotions syndication, doing TBS cable and WWF Raw and syndication and pay-per-view. I was the color guy on the SmackDown pilot. Michael Cole led me through that one. I've been either the
definitely that
or
one.
color guy for Ohio Valley Wrestling, Major League Wrestling, Ring of Honor, the NWA television, pay-per-view.
Oh, that's fire.
And I've done that for 33 years, for pretty much, and I didn't do commentary in TNA. Mike Tenay and Don West did a fine job. So that would be 33 years. You know, not bad for a greenhorn. Do I get a point for that?
I give you a point.
Okay. As Booker, besides the WCW creative team,
He's Mr. Again.
Ric Flair, or the WWF creative team, where I was chosen directly by Vince McMahon, or
He's
I was
Mr.
a Ring of Honor
Again.
creative with Delirious. I booked Smoky Mountain Wrestling for 4 years and OVW for 6 years solo. So that's 500 plus solo hours of television, 1,000 plus live event house shows over a 23-year period, until I determined that I'd rather have my balls nailed to a step stool than book any more wrestling. So, in that time, there was a bit of success there. Worked with a few well-known names. I guess I get a point there, right? But nobody wants me to book anymore, and I don't want to book anymore, believe me. So maybe a TV producer, since I've produced television, and back in the old days, they didn't call them producers. You just basically took the format of the show and told the talent what they needed to be doing, and then told the production crew how to shoot it. But we'll call them producers now. I've done that for WCW, WWF, Ohio Valley Wrestling, Smoky Mountain, TNA, Major League Wrestling, the NWA, various broadcast, syndicated, national cable, pay-per-view, etc. programs. Produced promos, given finishes, helped lay out angles, matches, and worked as an interviewer with the talent that I had produced earlier. So, I guess one of those things is, since you got somebody that can do a couple of different things, it's cheaper. So maybe they hire me to save money. But maybe part it could be because of the extensive post-production and live television and remote shoot experience that I've had over a 30-year period. Do I get a point for that, Brian?
Get another point.
Are you keeping track of these points? As a promoter, let's say they just wanted some ideas. I was, as an actual owner-operator, Smoky Mountain Wrestling, yes, as everyone mentions, went out of business after 4 years. Having spent approximately 20% as much money as Paul Heyman did at ECW when he went out of business after 8 years, and without
Listening to what?
owing anyone any appreciable amount of money. But yes, I started it from scratch, ran it for 4 years, did high local TV ratings, 201 hour episodes of television, 500 house shows, and drew 3 crowds of 4,000 plus people in a wrestling recession. But there was OVW, 6 years as WWE's lead developmental program, the most successful local promotion in the country. At one time in the early 2000s, it was the only profitable wrestling promotion in the country besides the WWE. I booked, did play-by-play, and produced every television, developed the Six Flags deal, sold sponsorships and TV primetime specials, and at the height, besides the Six Flags events, over 3 Gardens shows in 12 months, we did 12,000 fans and 150 grand at the gate. So, but I was only an actual active promoter slash owner for 12 years out of that period of time, so I'm really still a greenhorn. And I know everybody says I hate the younger wrestlers. Brian, you have heard me for 25 years cuss young wrestlers that nobody has ever seen or heard of. I would never dream of putting young guys either on television for the first time, or getting them jobs with major promotions for the first time, or going to bat to get them booked, like guys like Mark Calloway in WCW and Mick Foley in WCW and the Fantastics in WCW.
That's a long time ago, Jim. You've been advocating for anyone in at least the last 10 years.
Well, I was going chronologically. I was starting there, and I was going to go forward a little bit. But that was just in
Bitch, you just shot me.
And of course, everybody remembers. I guess everybody remembers. I was the one to talk Dusty Rhodes into hiring Paul Heyman first time, so we do the original Midnight angle. Because until I had sold Dusty on the idea that we needed to turn all the way babyface and do that after the Horseman thing, then we would have been stuck working with the Fantastics again when half the people were cheering us and we'd already done the angle. And Dusty Rhodes, to be quite honest, not knocking Paul, in 1988, wouldn't have known Paul Heyman if he'd have run and would never have brought him in because it would have been too close to me unless I was the babyface on the other side. So I got Paul in.
So I was just going to say, Paul's always said that Dusty knew him because he went down to Florida and sat in on a booking meeting when no one knew who he was, and Dusty pulled him out and said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" They said, "I'm here to learn from you." And Dusty always liked him from that point on.
Well, yeah, well, he was down in Florida for a little while, but at the same time, that was when Dusty was primarily working in Charlotte when Paul went to Florida. Because that's when they bought the Florida territory. But at any rate, I'm sure
The fuck?
he knew who Paul Heyman was, and that may have been more reason why he wouldn't have brought him in.
What happened?
Unless it was to work opposite me, because he already had me. In Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Lance Storm, Chris Jericho, Glenn Jacobs, Chris Candido,
What?
Sammy Sitch, Al Snow, the Heavenly Bodies. Obviously, people knew Tom and Stan, but Jimmy Del Rey. The Headbangers, the Gangsters, the Hardy Boys. Had the Hardys on my TV. Bob Holly. In the WWF,
It's hard. Hold on. It's hard to hear you. No, just like in general.
Not a lot of people know that maybe these days. He was Aaron O'Brien,
Sorry.
the happy-go-lucky leprechaun in All Pro Wrestling in San Francisco, but he fucking could work his ass off. So I got him to watch his tape, and Roland Alexander was pissed because he was trying to get Michael Modest and Donovan Morgan spots because they were his trainers and top guys. But then they were fine and they were excellent talents, but they weren't interested in them in the WWF. But a guy like Holly could move like that, even though he was that size. He carried himself well, strong as a bull. It worked. Ring of Honor, I got a whole promotion of unknown wrestlers, TV-wise. That was the whole idea. Joe Koff asked me one time, well, if this doesn't work out with Kerry, and why don't we might just start our own wrestling promotion. And I told him you can't, because at that time, the only was between who was under contract to the WWF, WWE, and who was under contract to TNA, and who was under contract to Ring of Honor, the best proponents of the style that we wanted Ring of Honor to perform were already working in Ring of Honor. Davey Richards, Eddie Edwards, Roderick Strong, the fucking Briscoes, and we picked up, and Delirious was always looking for new guys. Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly from the start, when they were 19 or 20 or whatever, we targeted them to move up over a couple-year period. The problem with the young wrestlers who are so upset that I hate them is because they're not serious about their fucking business, just to be quite honest. We found guys that were serious about the business. And so in Ring of Honor, a whole bunch of unknown wrestlers, because as long as they had not been portrayed in a negative light or as losers on television, it could be a brand new product. And it was. But then you had to get stars to put them over. Guys that had WWF or national TV credentials and could still go at that level, the Haas's and Benjamins and Rhinos and Lance Storms. And when the average fan who's new to that product sees this new guy that they've never seen before named fucking, Eddie Edwards beating Lance Storm or whatever the case, then okay, this is a guy, I'm sleeping on this guy. I didn't know he was a big deal. He is. You have to do that. You have to have a mixture. But, and I'm proud to say that Bill Behrens was handling his business, but I'm the one that signed Jay Lethal in Ring of Honor because he was one of the most outstanding performers in the business at the time, and he still is. I wanted him to be a part of that. As far as Ohio Valley Wrestling, we've blown that horn many times before. Everybody from Cena on down, whether they were signed by the WWE and sent there, whether we found them in our camps, I was a proponent of all those guys that took the business seriously and could learn and respect it and get over. And so a trainer and talent scout, 31 years? Not bad, not bad. Do I get a point? Just a, okay. Here's what,
Wow,
as a
rude.
wrestler, people say, well, he's just a fucking manager. You ought to have to take the bumps, blah, blah, blah. As a wrestler, I wasn't an ex.
According to my calculations.
Like most all the other managers. For me and Jimmy Hart, we had it rough because we had to learn this shit on the fucking fly. And Jimmy was just a tad bit older than I was. But learning how to wrestle as a manager and be physically ineffective and pussyish and cowardly and at the same time take the bumps, I have wrestled. Physically competed against Jerry Lawler, Bill Dundee, Dutch Mantell, Jimmy Valiant, Roughhouse Fargo, the Rock and Roll Express, Hacksaw Duggan, the Fantastics, Superstar Billy Graham, Dusty Rhodes, Magnum TA, the Road Warriors, Ronnie Garvin, Sherry Martel, Bob Armstrong, Ron Wright, Shawn Michaels, Jeff Hardy, Jose Lothario, and I was in the Battle Royal at WrestleMania 17. So I have wrestled at WrestleMania 17. So I get a point for that. That 20.
It's got barnacles on it. That's gross.
I had to try this oat coffee sample pack. Here's my honest review. All of their flavors are always so unique. For me, the sample box is convenient because I like to change up which coffee flavor I'm drinking weekly. I'm obsessed. It gives me that energy I need to conquer the day. Order the sample pack. I promise you will enjoy every cup of coffee made from the sample pack.
As a writer, let's say you need publicity. Let's say you need, I'm not talking about one of these fucking idiot writers that claim to be bookers. I'm talking about a writer for magazines and books, publicity, press releases, program material. From the time I started doing that until the time I just finished my last magazine column, that was 2 months ago, 43 years experience in all types of wrestling, writing, and publicity. And, of course, for only a mere 6 years, I was one of the best photographers in the wrestling industry.
Yeah.
From the ages of 14 through 20.
Damn it.
Competing with grown adult-type people. As a historian, I have read, studied, analyzed, memorized angles, finishes, programs, stipulations, histories of talent, territories, etc. for 46 years. I have been taught by, mentored by, or influenced by working directly with Jerry Jarrett, Jerry Lawler, Bill Dundee, Bill Watts, Ernie Ladd, Bobby Eaton, Dennis Condrey, Stan Lane, Dusty Rhodes, J.J. Dillon, Ric Flair, Jim Ross, Kevin Sullivan, Terry Funk, Vince McMahon, and Pat Patterson. How many points have I stacked up yet? Have we been keeping track?
We haven't, but you've got like about 8 or 9 points.
And as far as and I'm only one man, but after all of that experience in all of those various facets, I still manage to, there's a few things that I don't do. Maybe this explains why an irrelevant, ignorant fuck such as me, a horrible human being such as me, still keeps getting all these jobs that I will agree to take. Because first I got to interview the wrestling promotion asking me to work for them and identify whether the Invisible Man's ever going to show up. And once I get that pledge, then we talk. But maybe, is it because I don't no-show? I had that gout a couple of years ago, but I did call. I'd never hold the promoter up for more money. I never appear in no condition to perform, as they put it. I never ask anybody to fucking pay for my rehab because I've never needed any. I don't go into business for myself on the show. I don't bitch about finishes or change them once they're agreed upon. I don't do silly, phony bullshit making fun of the wrestling business being a work. What I do is I show up early. I'm prepared for whatever my job is, whether it be announcer or producer or whatever, with formats or paperwork or my materials ready for my signing, public appearance, whatever. I apply myself while I'm there. I stay active. I pitch ideas. I kibitz around. I stay till whatever is supposed to be done is done, and I ask for feedback and to make sure the fans are happy. Now, I apologize to all of the folks on Twitter who go, like, Cornette he can't get booked. I apologize that I don't have time to take any more bookings and appear all over the country in public for you so that you can be satisfied that I'm currently relevant. But I got enough gravy to go all over my plate here at home. So, in summary, as far as being influential in today's wrestling, we've saved the best one for last without me. And this is not something that I came up with. This is something, as we will recall, that Mike Johnson wrote on PW Insider a number of months back, detailing the entire series of events. But without me, Ring of Honor would not currently exist. Since the only reason that Kerry Silkin kept it running when he was going to make the decision, he had made the decision to close it down, was because I got freed up from TNA and agreed to come help him do something to get it over and get his money back. If Ring of Honor did not exist after 2009 to be sold to Sinclair Broadcasting, which was perpetrated by me and my connection of the two and my pitch in 2011, then it would not have existed for the cosplay kids and their friends and furry little creatures and My Little Dog Pockets and all the other people that they have populated All Elite Wrestling with. Would not have been possible for them to take over that promotion and use it for their own selfish ends, creating All In, therefore tickling the taint of a billionaire to give them a bunch of money to launch his own promotion. So thank you, you cosplay fucking outlaw mud show wrestling fans, for thanking me for creating All Elite Wrestling. It's my fault again. As I got started thinking about it, I said, how the fuck do these ignorant morons not figure out
You don't like
what
red
my
wine?
credentials are in the wrestling business just because I don't put over their little favorite fucking cosplay phony
You don't like red wine?
wrestlers. And then I realized that I've ripped myself, Brian, and I've done it again. I am responsible for All Elite Wrestling.
You are.
So now I've got a dog in this fight too. I have to try to help them be not really fucking ignorant. And last, because for fuck's sake, it was my idea. Well, it wasn't my idea. It was my fault.
Let's clarify that.
Yeah, let's clarify that. It was my fault. So thank you. You're welcome, cosplay wrestling fans, for your All Elite Wrestling that I have allowed to...
Oh my God, those!
Irrelevant I am in the world of professional wrestling.
You see the artwork, Travis, from somebody from the drive-thru last week? It was you and what you would usually think would be Scrooge McDuck's fault. And it was just yes, pockets with his pockets diving into the money.
No.
I used to, when I was a kid, I wanted to...
Wasn't even excited. What?
I actually tried saving change in a Kleenex box till I could get enough where I could swim in it, but I filled up about half the box. I was like, this could take the fucking ever. But anyway, how can I possibly know more about wrestling than fans on the internet, the deathmatch wrestlers, and some cosplay wrestlers that are in love with the smell of their own farts? How can I possibly? I don't know. I didn't even mention financially. I didn't want to be gross and flout my, in this case it would be flaunt my income, but when some of you fucking kids have made $100 grand a year or more for, say, 30 out of 37 years in the wrestling business, and 3 of those you took off on purpose, come back and see me. And by the way, the last 2 years are in my top 5 for whatever fucking reason. I have no idea. But we said we were going to talk a little bit about studio wrestling, correct? Is that what we're going to do today?
That is indeed what we said.
We've almost done the whole show without talking about studio wrestling, but we're going to talk about a little bit because I'm tickled. And of course, you know, it's still, I don't know, now with high-def television and everything, I don't know if it'll have the same flavor, but once again, studio wrestling is something that the modern fans may look back on and go, well, they were just in a TV studio in front of 50 people, like, because that's all they could get. And people don't understand, I don't think, what the purpose of and the reason for and the cause of studio wrestling was.
At least I got to
It
share
wasn't
this with
because
someone who
they weren't
understands.
popular enough to draw more than 50 people to come
My
see us.
friends
They had
call
to do it
me
in the
the
studio. It's
orchestra.
that they did the
You should
studio
too,
wrestling
if you like.
program for 50 people just to have an audience to react, because it's brutal if you have a wrestling match with no people. But that was the reaction. But it was the same
Oh,
way.
just
For the
popped
game
another
show, they were
trophy.
taping it for the audience at home to see it, because that's what sold the tickets to the live events that were non-televised at the arena, where they would have 5,000 or 10,000 or however many thousand people. And that's where they would make their money. It was a completely different setup. People see studio clips nowadays and go, wow, boy, wrestling sure was rinky-dink back then. No, wrestling was bigger then than it ever was. The problem was that you didn't get tape of the major events. If you did, it was film. That's why a lot of especially the regional promotions, taped in TV studios, because the cameras were already there. The lights were already there. There was literally no or negligible production cost. And if the program was popular enough in that market, in some cases, the station paid the promotion to do the show there. And then from that one station, the promoter would then spend $50 a piece to make copy tapes, and for literally nothing, he had TV tapes to show in all the rest of the TV markets in his territory. And that's why the people now that promote wrestling, they spend the majority of their money on TV production. In which case it was barely a line item in the territory days, until a few of the bigger territories started deciding to move out to a high school gym setting, like in the Carolinas when they got the Nemo truck, TV truck, or Bill Watts when he left Channel 3 in Shreveport and went to the Irishman Neal Boys Club so he could get 400 or 500 people in there, and it was a little bit better atmosphere. But you know, the studio was the basis since the 50s. When wrestling went off the network television, because original wrestling shows weren't in TV studios, because in 1948 very few stations had studios. If they did, they couldn't get a fucking ring in them. But the television broadcasters realized that wrestling and boxing was better than football and baseball and basketball for telecasting. One or two cameras locked down on a fixed ring, all the action taking place therein, and ringside interviews. So the network TV shows were from arenas, the big Marigold Arena in Chicago, or the Hollywood Legion Stadium in Los Angeles, or whatever. And then when the network shows went away, the regional promoters were forming the territories, but they were like, fuck, how do we do television? Well, now, after the first few years, more TV stations had popped up, more stations had studios. They wanted more local programming. So the promoters, and Jim Barnett gets credit for it because he did it tremendously in the Midwest, but we know Lance Russell was doing a studio wrestling show in Jackson, Tennessee in 1953, right? So it was around, but all the territories pretty much ended up getting a studio show. They never taped in a studio in the WWF. They always, even in the late 50s, they did the Capitol Arena, right? Or Turner's Arena in Washington, or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, even the Hamburg and Allentown tapings, and before that, the
It's a
Philadelphia
puzzle
Arena,
box.
they had that studio feel. It's just they were more of a tiny arena as opposed to studio seating 100 people.
But everywhere,
Puzzle box.
these studio wrestling programs were the highest rated programs, the local programs, in most of these markets. Normally, your highest rated local program will be your local news. We know for a fact that the Memphis wrestling program beat those numbers, and a number of other programs have studio wrestling, because they had all the biggest stars in wrestling that would go to these tiny studios and do these telecasts that would then be turned around and bicycled to the other stations in the territories over and over all across the country. But the top guys usually didn't get paid for television. Job guys might get $25 or $40 or whatever, and the stars didn't get paid at all, because the promoter said, well, this is promotion. You're appearing on TV to promote yourself, sell more tickets at the arenas so you'll get a bigger payoff. So for most of the studio wrestling programs, they didn't pay the wrestlers.
Going home.
They did pay very little, if anything, for production. Sometimes, especially in Memphis's case, the station paid them. They had no rent on a facility, and all they had to do is pay the guy to bring the ring in and haul it in and set it up. So it was negligible cost for the television. That's why the promoters in the 80s, when Vince started upgrading and started fighting everybody, they got caught unawares with their pants down and got left behind, because the concept of actually paying television stations or spending money in major amounts on television production was so foreign. It came to them like, you know, green men from Mars. Well, why the fuck would we do something like that? That's insane. But like I said, the ratings, the television stations, and I mean, you know, the AWA show, how popular that was, All-Star Wrestling in Milwaukee with the Crusher, and Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities, all those AWA cities from that little studio. And it was a crummy show as far as wrestling, because Burton was way back in the 50s. They did one angle a year. But the promos were the best overall anywhere to be. You had Bobby Heenan and the Crusher and Mad Dog Vachon and Baron von Raschke, and you know, and on, Race and Hennig, you know, the Valiant Brothers, Superstar Billy Graham. The ratings were huge. In Memphis, I have documents. Just an example, in 1975, when they were still at WHBQ 13, before they went to Channel 5 and business actually picked up and the ratings got better, they averaged, their weekly viewership average in one rating period in 1975 was 135,000 households. And in 1975, that means over 270,000 viewers, because back then, most houses didn't have multiple TV sets, so they figured 2-point-something viewers per set. But to show you an equivalence, during the same ratings period that Memphis wrestling averaged 135,000 households, the World Series games on the same station averaged 136,000 households. It was World Series numbers, and they ran 52 Saturdays a year. The reason why that WCW and Turner, broadcast head Turner, was so enamored of Georgia Championship Wrestling and wrestling on TBS in general, he always said, the Braves, Andy Griffith, and wrestling made my station. But the Saturday night wrestling show on TBS was the highest rated television program on cable. In the late 70s and early 80s, wrestling fans went out of their way in those days to get cable as soon as it was made available to them, specifically to watch wrestling. And
It gives you random shit. I don't know.
And, you know, the studio, we've told stories about Ricky Gibson and the Tire Tool a couple weeks ago on one of the shows that the fans actually got to witness at both ends of the spectrum. And we told a story in a long time about Dr. Frank and the bomb threat.
It's different. I'm just trying to figure this out. It's kind of annoying me.
This was 1977, and Lawler had the book in Memphis, and Lawler loved the movie Monsters. And he brought back an old gimmick that had been done in the 60s. Dr. Frank, who was a guy dressed up as a Frankenstein monster. And no, they weren't actually, like they did in Los Angeles, trying to tell people it was a real monster that had been brought back to life. They're like, who is this fucking giant guy that's dressed up like Frankenstein? But anyway, Lawler is going to reveal Dr. Frank in this giant wooden box, because as we know, anybody comes out of a box instantly gets over. They're on Channel 13 in those days, and it's Lance is going to interview Lawler, and the box is sitting out there. This big 6-foot tall, 4-foot square wooden box with a door on the front of it is sitting out at the announce desk all during the show, and every once in a while it'll shake back and forth a little bit, and the announcers will go, oh, this is worrying me. And then finally Lawler's going to come out and cut the promo where he opens the door and there's Dr. Frank. Well, somewhere or another, somebody, and I shouldn't give anybody any ideas in this day and age, but they have upgraded the penalties for things like this. Somebody called the fucking switchboard of Channel 5 and called in a bomb threat. And they took it seriously, but they didn't want to announce on television, on the live show, that, ladies and gentlemen, somebody's called in a bomb threat and we got to clear the studio, because then they were afraid that would engender copycats, right? Where people would
No, I'm
go,
fucking
well,
retarded.
if the bad guys win, I'll call a bomb threat in and babyface can get some relief. So they didn't want to do that. So they went to a commercial break. And during the commercial break, they got everybody to file out of the studio. And the studio was completely empty. And Lawler and Lance agreed to stay there and do the fucking promo while the bomb squad or the cops or whoever it was searched under the bleachers and around the studio area for anything that shouldn't be there. So while they're doing that, and Lawler was the perfect guy to do it, they cut like a 15-minute promo. And they just had the camera on him and Lance standing at the desk. They were the only ones in the fucking TV station, except for the goddamn one cameraman stayed and the fucking cops, right? And Lawler finishes his long-winded promo, and they determine it's clear. They go to commercial. They bring everybody else back in, and they start the show again. And nobody's any the wiser at home that these people have ever even left the studio, except the one thing they realized they never got. And Ken Dillinger with Dr. Frank, good old cowboy Ken Dillinger, they left him in the fucking box. He's in the box in the Dr. Frank outfit while the station is about to blow up. They could have got him out, but it would have blown the thing for the fucking audience. And then when they got the audience out, they forgot he was in there and just left him. So he was in there in the line of fire unnecessarily.
I figured. I said hi. What? I literally said hi. Wow. Wow.
But they didn't tell him about the bomb threat either. He didn't know it until he got out. They said, well, yeah, there was a bomb threat. In Atlanta, the famous story, I wish there was tape of this. Obviously there's not. Mario Galento went into business for himself one day and chased the assassins, Jody Hamilton and Tom Ernesto, out of the studio with a real double-barrel shotgun.
Well, it's halfway between Sheffield to
apparently some issues. That was on Live Atlanta Wrestling on Saturday nights, I think at 6 o'clock on Channel 11 in those days. They had some TV issues over there. And there's been stuff.
Oh, I can upgrade my gun while I'm here. Oh, that's my,
When they had bad weather.
Never mind.
At the station on a Saturday morning or wherever, because they did this in Knoxville, that show in Knoxville in 1972, that's the earliest Jerry Lawler on tape, and that Ron Wright interview. That's right. I think that one got staged because they had bad weather.
Get out of my way!
All the people have showed up. Jerry Lawler and Jim White, because they each had, and Sam Bass, and they each had a single.
I heard that person.
That was the whole hour. They were the only ones.
He's in my way. My life is a little more important than his.
That happened in Memphis, in the late 70s, and on the fly, you just made up a match based on who was there, and sometimes things went long, and sometimes the interview went long, but you got the show done, and there was nobody the wiser. Randy Hales was in that spot a couple of times, I think, in the 90s. You didn't get to see studio wrestling up there until you got cable, did you?
By the time I started watching wrestling on cable, studio wrestling was over. I used to I didn't get to see it until I started patrioting and I fell in love with it. I think it's the perfect format to present professional wrestling in terms of the squash matches, in terms of the way the promos are, the way they're shot, the way the guy is, the way the crowd reacts to everything. It's the perfect way to get someone over. One of my favorite angles. It's not one of the ones people talk about. I've talked about it before on 605, but in, I think, 1980 in Georgia, it was the Georgia Tag Team Champions, Tony Atlas and Kevin Sullivan, versus Alexis Smirnoff and Ivan Koloff. And they do the ether angle, and they knock out Tony Atlas. And as...
I had forgotten about that. Go ahead.
And I think it's the best ether angle there is, and it's real proof of how powerful studio wrestling is, because eventually the heels leave, they're now the champions. Tony Atlas is taken out on a stretcher. Gordon Soley is surrounded at the set. So you have the usual backdrop, you used to see the wrestlers there. It's just fans. And it's little kids, and it's an old lady. I mean, it's the studio fan makeup in this one little segment. And he's asking them what happened, and they're putting it over. because they really did smell something. I smell this, I smell this, and the woman says, I'm a nurse from Miami Beach, and I smelled ether. It was ether.
Yeah.
But it was so good, it was so effective. That's one of my favorite all-time studio wrestling angles.
Well, and that's the people are so close and it's so intimate. I remember, as a matter of fact, they told me the story that on one of Nick Goulas's TV studio shows, and he had so many. He had more than anybody because they had studio TV in the 70s in Chattanooga, Nashville, Birmingham, Huntsville, Louisville for 6 months, and Memphis. But somebody was going to get juice, and they got clipped, and the blade flew out and landed in underneath the seats, and one of the fans picked it up. So the next week they had a hard way right on television. I can't remember who it was, but somebody got their eye busted right open and stuck in the goddamn people's face. But Fargo did that one. He loved to do hard ways for angles and get the maximum effect out of them.
No, you're tripping.
It's in my book Tuesday Night at the Gardens. I wasn't smart enough to at the time know where one of the TV tapings took place. I think it was either Nashville or whatever, but on one day in November 1975, they do a studio show in like Nashville where Fargo and Phil Hickerson are the last two guys left in a battle royal. And they start fighting for the money. And Hickerson just starts blatantly punching Fargo in the face for real. and he hard-weighed his eye. And as it went on, you could see one of them closing up. And Fargo's bleeding from the other side. And then at the end of that, I can't remember what they did. I'd have to refer to my book. But they fucked Fargo some kind of way because Hickerson was partners with Dennis Condrey at that point. And they had Fargo come over to the desk, and he was right next to the people, and they could see his eye closed up, and they could see his head busted open. And he vowed to get even. And that was an angle with Hickerson and Condrey that would bring Roughhouse back in the territory for the holidays. The eastern end, Chattanooga, Birmingham, Huntsville, and Nashville for the Thanksgiving holidays, and the western end, Memphis, Louisville, and that end for the Christmas holidays. But the later on that day, the Chattanooga TV was taped at 5 o'clock on Saturday before the house show, although I think that week the house show was on Sunday. But anyway, Fargo's been hard-weighed by Hickerson, busted open, his eyes swelled up, and he then goes to the Chattanooga taping, and there he's supposed to have been there to wrestle the bounty hunters, but goddammit, Fargo has not showed up. So the bounty hunters and their manager Jimmy Kent are in the ring beating up some job team, and here comes Fargo in the back door with his clothes all ripped, carrying his suitcase with his face beat up and dried blood now, and jumps in the ring and jumps the bounty hunters. And the story was they had run him off the road on the way to the taping and beat him up. So when they showed that a month later at the other end of the territory, the angle for Christmas.
Yeah, this is what I'm doing right now.
Two angles out of the same fucking hard way with two different teams in the same fucking day. Studio wrestling, boys.
Hey, you brought up Galento before, and that was him working with the Assassins, although his wife may have been another story. She used to pull her gun on the wrestlers from ringside, and they'd eventually smarten her up because she was going to kill somebody. But the other famous Galento studio incident, obviously, and I say that because, let's be very honest, 99% of everything someone like Mario Galento or anyone from that era did on studio is gone. We'll never see it. But we know the story of the incident where he tried to go after Jerry Jarrett on live Memphis TV. Do you know the whole story behind that?
Well, there's differing stories, but nobody knew for a while, and then Jerry has pontificated.
It's fine. It's not that bad.
Big star all around the South for a long time, including in Memphis at periods, and also in Atlanta. He was a main event guy, and he had that fucking face. He looked like a pirate from the 1700s, and he was, just a big, raw-boned, frightening fucking guy that, did hard ways and, got punched in the face on purpose constantly. And he was a scary fucking guy. But at the time, Jarrett had taken over the book, and he was using younger talent. And he didn't have a spot for Mario. Even a Mario, you can go back and look at some of the early 70s cards around the Memphis area. Mario Galento might be underneath, but he was never pushed and never, used in that respect. And also because he obviously was somewhat nuts, right? But Jerry pontificates, as I said, that certain forces that may have been against him got with Mario Galento and convinced him that it would be good for his career if he was to handle Jerry Jarrett on live TV, that then he would they'd have to use him. And also, Jerry thinks that Roy Welch may have even been in on it because that was at a point where Roy, who had originally given Jerry the book and put him in charge of Memphis, was, I don't know, I can't say he had Alzheimer's, but he was getting elderly and he was being swerved around in some respect. And they had convinced Roy that Jerry was trying to steal the territory from him and Nick, which he didn't until Nick took his money that he bought into the territory and didn't give him any piece of the territory. Then he stole it, but that was years later.
I always question that. I always question that version of events just because Roy Welch not only gave Jerry Jarrett every break he had to get into I mean, through his mom too at times, but also his mom. His mom's working in that office. By all accounts, she was very, very close with Roy. I mean, you could talk to various family members, I'll tell you. So, I mean, the idea that he would put this hit, for lack of a better term, on Jerry Jarrett, and then, afterwards they just continue to work together. I don't know. I've never really bought the Roy Welch. Plus, who was closest with Galento? Was Roy? I mean, I know he was a Buddy Fuller guy, but was he a Roy Welch guy too?
Well, I don't know, but see, that's Jerry thought that Roy might have had something to do with it at one point because when they got Galento, he had like $1,000 cash in his pocket. Where's Mario Galento going to get $1,000? But that may have been something that Jerry was reading into it. Nevertheless, everybody's now going, what the fuck did he do? Jerry Jarrett is wrestling Jerry Lawler on live Memphis TV, and this was 1973 before Lawler was, it was Jerry Lawler and Jim White were the heel tag team champions, and Jerry Jarrett and whoever his partner would have been were working an angle with him. Mario Galento, who everybody in Memphis knew who the fuck that was, hits the ring and goes after Jerry Jarrett and goes after his good eye because he's blind in one eye. And there was somewhat of a kayfabe breaking moment because Jerry Lawler and Jim White had to help Jerry Jarrett in that instance. But it was, it was chaos or whatever the fuck, and I guess they got out of it quickly. But Mario Galento got his head fucking gashed open. And then, of course, Tojo hit the ring and had the shoes. And I think that's where Galento got his head bashed open, was with the fucking wooden shoes. But the heels had to be the first ones on the scene to fucking stop the issue. And I think they covered it up with some promos or whatever. But that was, yes.
And then he went on the radio. Well, I guess the next incident was the Jim White incident in Alabama. Or was it Pensacola? I forget. And then he went on the radio.
No, wait, the next incident was the next week when Galento came to Jonesboro and Lawler was wrestling.
That's what it was. It was Jonesboro. That's the Jim
White. Yes, because, and then Fargo got involved too, but basically the next week or whenever, Lawler's wrestling in Jonesboro, Arkansas.
No.
And here comes Galento fucking ringside. He's got a straight razor. What the fuck? And Lawler bails and goes back to the locker room, and Jim White had a gun, and it's rock, paper, scissors, gun beats straight razor. And that's when
shit's fire.
Fargo called Galento up and said, hey, Lawler's my boy. If you fuck with him, you fuck with me, and I'll fucking kill you. In the way only Fargo could. And then Galento called the cops, and there's newspaper coverage of Fargo being brought into court for threatening the life of Mario Galento. And it's fucking... But it was good for the business there, at least. But yeah, studio wrestling, anything can happen. And here's the thing, the guys have got to watch out that are on this program that have not done a studio show. They may have done TV tapings in front of 50 or 100 people or small groups of people or whatever, but it's still not the same thing. And I'll tell you why. Here, I'll leave with a pearl of wisdom this week. In a wrestling event that's televised from an arena, whether it's an arena that's small or large, if it's an arena, you are televised, especially in the size of a WWE production, a Raw and a major NBA arena. You are televising a wrestling event that is taking place and being executed for the folks in that arena. And the television eavesdrops on it. And that's why that, and unfortunately they hear buzzwords and talking points, they don't understand the meaning or the history behind it. That's why the WWF or WWE producers and everybody will tell you this, they don't want guys to look at the camera. Don't look at the camera. Let the audience at home be voyeurs into your world, right? Don't look at the camera. Well, that's stupid when you're trying to sell tickets, but nevertheless, here's the difference. And that's correct when it's a major arena, when there's thousands of people around you, especially when they're on all four sides of the ring, when you're performing something that's obviously, it's like a basketball game, for fuck's sake. It's in a major arena and there's thousands of people there and you can't ignore that. So yes, the TV is shooting the event that you are performing before a big audience. That's where you shouldn't look at the camera. But studio wrestling and old-fashioned local territory wrestling and the pre-taped interviews that are done in front of a wall and etc., the bare bones of this thing is the exact opposite. That's where you did look into the camera. That's what, because the studio wrestling shows were basically shows being done specifically for the television audience, and the studio audience was being allowed to eavesdrop. The studio audience was over on the far two sides where the announce desk or the interview area and the cameras were not. You always worked toward the cameras. You always talked over in the corner in front of the background, but the studio audience was there for a reaction, much like if you're taping a game show. If you're taping a game show and you got a studio audience of 50 people, they react in whatever way when people win or lose, or when they miss a question or get a question, you've got some reaction. But the program is primarily being beamed to the television audience. The studio audience is just there for reaction. They're kind of part of it, but they're not what you're playing to. It's a completely opposite effect from doing wrestling in an arena. That's why you want the camera up in your face. That's why you want to look at that camera. And same thing on pre-tapes. I don't care. If you're doing pre-tapes with standing here with one announcer and one microphone and one camera, and you obviously know the camera's there, and you don't look at the camera, you look like a fucking idiot. Some of the guys went through one of the WWF training seminars and came back to OVW, and I've got them in a fucking locker room doing a one-camera stand-up interview with a fucking interviewer. And they're looking at their feet, and they're looking off to the side, and they're looking at the interviewer's knuckles, and they're just... I said, look at the fucking camera. He said, well, they told me not to. I said, you're in a fucking closet. There's nothing else for you to look at. But that's the difference. A studio wrestling show will strip down real quick if you're not interesting. If you can't say some shit in a way that gets people's attention for 2 minutes and hooks them, or if you can't get in the ring and have a match where even if you're just squashing a guy, you're doing it in an entertaining enough way that people are getting into it, and you look good enough doing it, or create enough excitement that the people at home will want to get hooked into it, but it's just the cameras and you, and you're close to them, and the audience is just there for a little audio feedback. It strips it all down, and you got to be a personality. That camera will show if it's just a bunch of guys saying what they've been told to say, and they don't have anything new to add on their own. And you know, and then sometimes you had to play with your environment. If it wasn't getting over with 50 people in the studio, you knew it was dragging with the 2 million out at home. So maybe the Midnight Express would chuck the fucking job guy out on the floor, and Bobby would take him over, and I'd cut a promo on him and fucking ask him to say hello to his fucking mother at home in fucking Wartburg or whatever. It'd just be a little bit more of an asshole, because what else you gonna do with some of those guys? But it's all on the fly, and Dusty would say, or anybody, any booker would say to the top guys who's going out and doing the studio show, okay, you got a 2-minute promo before the match, talk about the rock and roll, or whatever, or coming up is the big show in Cleveland, whatever, you got here's your time, here's your topic, go. So it's a whole different animal when guys are used to working even small arenas, and they're used to working for those people there and letting the TV eavesdrop on it. When they have to work specifically for TV and the audience at home, and they're just letting the live event audience eavesdrop on it, it's going to be a different feel. That's all I've got to say about that.
And real quick, on the topic of studio wrestling, we can talk so much about the stuff we love and the stuff we've seen, either on video or in your case, watching it live. What studio wrestling did you never get to see that you wish you had? Obviously, Los Angeles is one of those, I hate to use the word holy grail, it's been overused now, but it's one of those holy grails. If there's any Los Angeles studio stuff with Dick Lane out there somewhere. Hawaii, I saw a clip recently from Hawaii. I couldn't believe it. I get so excited when I see something brand new.
Yeah, it was like we thought we had seen everything that was still around. I was San Francisco. I would love to see San Francisco, and of course, you know, Terry Funk told me once upon a time that there were tapes down there in Amarillo somewhere, but they would have.
He told me the same thing 20 years ago.
It seems like we'd have found them by now, or he'd have sold them by now. So I have to think that maybe somebody forgot to turn the air conditioning on or something. But I would have loved to have seen classic Amarillo wrestling, because that would have been. And see, that's the thing. In the early mid '70s, when I started watching wrestling, the closest places that you could go, is still at that point in time, to see wrestling promoted and presented the way that it was in the pre-television days, were Tennessee and West Texas. Because, and not the Memphis end of Tennessee, but Nick Doulis's end, or Nick and Roy Welch's end, because they had been in the business since the 30s. They used the same type of verbiage in their publicity material, and they booked the same way, and it had the same flavor. So, because that Roy Welch was a direct pioneer wrestler who was still connected in the 70s like he was in the fucking late 20s, early 30s. And West Texas was that strip, and East Tennessee also, because they had Ron Wright and Whitey Caldwell were bridges back to the pre-television era and the carnival pioneers. And Dory Funk Sr., he had been there since the late 40s, but he'd been a pro since the war, World War II, and he had a heck of a lot of experience with that real grassroots carnival type wrestling and old-fashioned barnstorming wrestling, and so it was modern guys and, you know, modern names and the television, you know, technology, but it was still had that pioneer pro wrestling kind of legitimate crusty old feel to it. There was probably the last three places in the country in the 70s that you could still get that vibe.
I wish we had some of that stuff, because not only, I mean, anytime you pick up an Amarillo program and you look through it, it's just the greatest promo guys in the business all working there, no matter when it is. But the other thing is, it would be a unique view into babyface fun. Like non-stop babyface Terry, right? Terry never turned heel in Amarillo.
Yeah. And, well, and actually, if it was the 60s, it would be non-stop babyface Dory Funk Sr., because that's the thing. We've seen Terry and we've seen Dory, and we know that Dory Sr. was a mixture of both. So how good and convincing must he have been when he could work like Dory technically, but he could fight like Terry and talk pretty much like Terry, from what I've heard. You know, and he had the people there thought that he was the toughest man in the world, and that's what those studio shows did in those markets that they showed in. If it was Milwaukee, it was the Crusher. If it was fucking Amarillo or Lubbock, it was Dory Funk Sr. If it was Tampa, it was Eddie Graham. Week after week, year after year, telling people on a local broadcast television station, on a program that has better ratings than the local news, that this guy is the baddest man in this particular fucking sport. It took, and they believed it. And then he to prove it over and over, and the convincing guys were able to do it. And it was different people in every part of the country. So if you left Florida and went on vacation to fucking San Francisco, then you and your cousin would have a fight over whether Eddie Graham or Ray Stevens was the best wrestler in the world. The power of the studio and the power of the local TV was frightening.
Speaking of Terry, one great example of a single episode of studio wrestling making the studio so much better than it probably was at that period of time.
That's mean.
Mark Lewin and Terry Funk. Oh my God!
That's mean.
Him and Walter Johnson. Question: the commentators are surrounded by a
damn.
cage. It's just nuts. It's great, and it may be the best episode of Detroit wrestling ever. I don't know.
You know, and I mean, the Sheik was an incredible draw, an incredible talent, the all-time hottest box office heel in the business that never was a world champion, the whole 9 yards. But especially in the early and mid 70s, especially after the war with Bruiser had gone by the wayside, that was the rinky-dinkiest studio show. It was corny. It was the announcers were still way 50s and 60s with the tuxedos and the exaggerated voices on big-time wrestling. And the matches were just blah, and the poor Sheik's, the territory had just aged out, and it just didn't have any life. And then suddenly Terry Funk comes in, and with Mark Lewin still looked good, and just creates fucking havoc, but just in that cheesy studio with them. And there was another one. I talked about Nick Doulis's TVs in the studio. When the interns got shot across the ring, they just bleed white all the way across. The fucking quality of the tape and the lighting and everything on that studio show from Detroit was, at that point, was pretty bad too. But that was, what, 1978? It was almost near the end. But that was a brief period of, that was at the same period of time where Terry said the Sheik had brought in Abdullah the Butcher to be his partner against the Funk Brothers, take off on their multi-year rivalry in Japan. And they shot all these bloody angles and did all this stuff to heat it up on TV, and they sent promos, and they worked the Kobo and this and that, and finally they got the Kobo back up to where it was a house that looked kind of like the days of old, right? The Dory and Terry against the Sheik and Abdullah in the main event, and that's when Captain Ed George, the Sheik's son, came in and said, "We've been robbed. They robbed the box office."
The oldest trick in the book.
And that sounded so apocryphal for wrestling. I had to ask Terry, and he said, "That's the way I remember it. I was sitting there, and we were thinking, me and Junior, that the payoff was going to be worth all the hard work we put into it, and here comes Captain Ed George and said, Pop, you'll never guess. They've robbed the box office." And Junior and I looked at him, and that was the end of the angle.
You know, that's right around the period of time, I think, where Buddy Fuller tried to put together a deal for Ron to buy Detroit from the Sheik, and Ron put down $60,000, and goodbye $60,000. Hey, speaking of which, Southeastern, you actually got to go to Knoxville. It's considered a revolutionary studio show. They had a lot of advances, a lot of different things, the personality profile segment. Talk a little bit about the Knoxville studio show.
It was really cool. We did that at the WFIA convention in 1978, and it was watching the show itself when you were in the studio looked much the same as the Memphis studio show or whatever. They had a nice colored curtain background. They had a desk and a backdrop for Southeastern, whereas Memphis just had a desk and a curtain. But Southeastern gone all the way with that wall back, kind of a movable wall thing like they have in some game shows when the bachelors for, fucking whatever come around the corner. But when you watched it at home, because they did do the slow-mo instant replays of finishes, and they did have split screen when they did the introduction, and Memphis picked up on that later. They would have one guy in one corner, one guy in the other corner, but they'd have split screens so they were both on the air with their name and graphic. I mean, shit, we now look at and go, okay, this is the way it's supposed to be, but local television, much less local wrestling, didn't do that in the 70s. And, and Les doing the personality profile segment, I remember Ronnie Garvin was on the one that we saw in the studio right after he had bled more than almost any human being I'd ever seen the night before the chain match with Boris Malenko. Mongolian Stomper came in with the boot, and Garvin, he fucking gigged from asshole to appetite, right? And just bled. I mean, he was soaked in blood. And his interview the next morning, he sounded like he was just babbling and really making no sense. And I went up to Les Thatcher afterwards, because Les made us feel so welcome, even in such a great guy. And I went up to Les, I said, "Is Garvin okay?" He said, "No, he always sounded like that." He said, "Especially on Saturday morning." But I thought blood loss had fucking set in, but no, it was a really cool studio show.
That's where Memphis got the statue of the two guys wrestling from the beginning of the show, right? Because Southeastern had that statue first. It was a Buddy Fuller statue.
No. It was a Jerry Jarrett. Jerry Jarrett not only has variations of that statue all over his house, but it's the logo for his this new project, Olympus Wrestling, and no, the whole statue turning thing was Jerry Jarrett. He wanted to do that.
When did Memphis start doing that?
Soon after Jerry went to Channel 5 and started his own company.
Right, but Southeastern was doing it before that.
I don't know about that.
We'll see what we can find out.
No, let's find out. But anyway, nevertheless, great minds think alike.
So you're excited. You're excited going into another studio.
Well, yeah,
the first time you've done this, I guess, since 1989.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen. No, studio wrestling. I was on Channel 5 in Memphis in '99 and 2000 for Randy Hales, and I had a ball there. And some of those promos, the best promos I've ever done as a manager, because I was having so much fun. It's gonna be fun. And also the good thing is, the less prepared you are, the better off you are. If you can wing it. You know, sincerity is the key. Once you can fake that, you got it made. And if you can pre-plan ad-libbing, you know, it's beautiful. Anyway, I encourage everyone to watch me, as I always do. I encourage everyone to watch me, talk about me, and coming up very soon, you'll be able to send me money again without me being mad at you, because I'll be all caught up. But once again, I apologize to all those relevant, kind, nice people in the world who I'm taking jobs away from because I obviously don't qualify, but I just keep getting this preferential treatment. I apologize to all the people that are more qualified than I am, have more experience than I have, and are better at what I do than I am, that I keep taking these jobs away from. You think they'll get mad at me, or will they forgive me?
I don't think forgiveness is an option any longer. We're beyond forgiveness.
We're beyond forgiveness, baby. Well, for those of you who like me, thank you for tuning in again. And for those of you who don't, and a bunch of you tune in too because you just got to hear the truth. For those of you who like me, thank you. For those of you who don't, fuck you. And for all of you, bye. And, you know, we carried this over because we were having so much fun and we've not even scratched the surface yet. But I know everybody, Wayne wants to talk about the WWF and your experiences there. We talked about, on the experience about, you loved working with Randy Savage even though you were two different people. If you care to...
No, my frustration is solved because I finally figured out where I had to go. It's my last one, though.
Every time that Jake Roberts would go into rehab, I know Jake's all clean and sober now and everything. Yeah, right, okay. He said, I get prescribed Oxycontin to make you clean and sober, but that's beside the point.
The views of the Honky Tonk Man are not necessarily those of your sponsors or hosts, but they may very well be, but you know, not necessarily.
But there again, here I get the Intercontinental belt, which catapults me, and you know this, Jim, from mid-card level status up to semi-main event status. So I finally get that one break I'm looking for after 20 years in the business. Then here, Ricky Steamboat, I'm leaving, and I'm not going to work any return matches. So, okay, he came back, worked a couple return matches, and he was gone. Now, it was all booked out for him to work these return matches for 4 or 5 months. So, in the meantime, and you know this in WWE, if a guy leaves, or he quits, or he's in rehab, or he's gone, then we have to have a substitute. Well, now we make it a non-title match. Honky Tonk Man loses every night in the middle of the ring. The only time, and I said this on the other show, the only time I ever won any matches at all was TV matches on TV once every 3 weeks that I was on. I would win. But every house show, I had been beaten. Time and time again.
And that's a good point that people don't understand. The conventional wisdom in those days was when you substitute an advertised match, you don't want to piss the fans off further, so you let the babyface go over regardless of what the situation is, which meant that you, through no fault of your own, because the other guy took off, were having to do all these jobs because there was a substitute and they were trying to make people happy.
Right, and then of course the Intercontinental
of which, should we go there? Anything else about your
Sure.
WWF tenure that just comes?
Oh, there's been a lot of misconception about the thing where I didn't want to drop the belt to Randy Savage on the big show on television.
Damn.
Randy being the name Randy Savage or Macho Man had nothing to do with that. And Randy and I had talked, and we talked about it before it ever happened. And I told him, and he was okay with it because he was a businessman, and he wouldn't have done it the same thing either. And in front of, and that was one of the biggest television audiences they ever had. Something like 30 million people watched that Saturday night main event. And Vince had always told me, my deal was
Frankensteiner?
a deal, and I said, just keep me good on TV.
That's
You
crazy.
give me a chance, and I'll sell tickets, pay me. If I don't sell tickets, fire me. I'll take my bag and go home. Just keep me good on TV. He said, I will. And then here we come. Now he wants the job flat out finished in the middle. Well, what happens to me?
And back then, guys, and once again, for today's fans and for the young wrestlers listening today, are thinking, what are they talking about? Why would anybody care about it? It was important, not necessarily whether you won or lost or who you won or lost to, but the
Alrighty
time,
then.
the venue, the place, the platform that you were winning or losing on was important, and the professionals. How many jobs did Hulk Hogan do on TV? How many times did John Wayne get beat in the movies? How many times did the movie end where he was doing the job flat of his back? He may have got heat on John Wayne, but Bruce Dern's the only one that ever killed him. So it was important, and the people viewed it as such, and it determined what kind of money you made, because this was before guaranteed contracts where, if you got a sty in your eye and you were home for 6 months, you could still get paid. This was when you had to go out.
It determines your future earnings.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. I didn't even have a guarantee to do that job that night. None whatsoever. Nothing. I didn't know what I would have gotten paid.
Damn.
Listen, I'm going to give you $20 million. I want you to get this guy over, get him over strong. Randy would, if I had done that, Randy would never have been world champion. He'd been Intercontinental champion, and probably, I don't know what would have happened.
Hey, popped another trophy. Let's go, boy.
But it was my decision to make, and mine only, because I control my own destiny. And now of course, now you just said it. They don't control their destiny. They have no, they sign up and they have to, they're only robots, they're puppets, there's no other game in town. There was a big company called WCW or Turner Wrestling back then, and Jim Barnett was there, and Jim Barnett, I called him and told him what was going on, and he advised me to know, and they had a big meeting set up in the Bahamas for me to go to, and everything. So, just going back and staying with WWF at that point in time, I don't know, it could have been a mistake for me. It could have been a big mistake, because, I mean, Vince never forgets.
Yeah, well, but at the same time, the fact is you stayed there. What would happen now in 2014 if one of the champions said, no, it's not the right time. I'll do a job, I'll drop the belt, but not in this particular place. It's not right for business. Where would their future be?
Oh, gosh. I mean, there is no future. You're out of business. And, I think, I don't even know the contract structure anymore, but I'm sure you have to go along with the battle plan and all those things. But, back then there was no contracts at all. It was one little page of single-space typing and $50 for a TV show. And you were guaranteed 10 TV shows. $1,500. What the fuck? You can go beat me in front of 30 million people out here.
But the fact is, you didn't do that job. You didn't do that job, and you stayed with the company, and you were still used in a feature position because you sold tickets.
Well, yeah, that's what it was all about, and I couldn't understand it. Randy and I had come off a Canadian tour. Every town was turnaway crowds. I mean, turnaway. And here you're going into this show, and this is what you want. But the thing that bothered me the most was we'll reprogram.
Yeah, really.
How the fuck you gonna reprogram me? To do what? Shave my head and
Wow.
come back as a German?
And that was the art for so
Wow.
many years of being a booker in wrestling, was the ability to present what you wanted to the talent, not that was going to win, because they loved it regardless, but to the talent that was going to lose. You could present it in such a way that they would say, oh, okay, you sodomized me with that rusty fishing knife, and then we'll move on.
Well, yeah, people said, hey, man, you must have backed into the position for that belt. I sure did. I backed right into it, I guess. But, by the the thing is this, Jimmy, I have no problem any time in my career, but I didn't want to leave the WWE, and I wanted WWF. I wanted to stay there, and I had a good thing, and I had worked my whole career to be there. That was my dream come true, is to be in that company on that level.
Can I
and
join?
you don't want to strive to be at a higher level, get the fuck out of business. But anywhere else
No.
I went, when my time was over and I was leaving the territory, I did what was supposed to be done. I did what was supposed, except for the Florida thing we talked about on the other show with Jerry Briscoe and Buddy Rogers. When Buddy Rogers was they were going to shoot on Larry and I, and Larry was panicked and said, "We're getting the hell out of here." So we picked up our paycheck and that Wednesday, and they said, "Yeah, you boys are going to make it to Miami." Now, yeah, we are. Hell, by the time Miami show started, we was down here in Atlanta.
But and at the same time, in that position that you were in, it wasn't going to do anything for business if you won or lost, or if you were even there. You were going to take a main event position somewhere else. So
And you know, that's what Larry told Jerry on the phone. Larry, I heard Larry, I was standing there, and Larry said, "Jerry, why do you want us on TV now? You haven't used us on TV in 4 weeks." And Jerry Briscoe said, "Well, it's only the right thing to do now."
Oh my God, I just want this charm.
Your partner, and you can work with Buddy Rogers. Well, we know Buddy Rogers, what he was doing and how he was, and we know about the Florida office.
Oh my
Jerry and I are great
God.
friends now. We always laugh about Jerry Briscoe trying to shoot on me.
Want to play?
If you have the coin, sure.
Well, what year was it where Barnett had the meeting set up with WCW for you? On that job thing, was that 89 or was it 90?
It had to be. No, I was out of the belt by 90. So, because yes, I lost belt to Warrior, but this had to be in 88, 89, somewhere in
Well,
there.
I believe I remember that. I remember that because I was on the booking committee when Flair was booking at that point. Turner had just bought the company, and I think I remember him having that meeting scheduled, and then it followed.
Fuck!
I was going to meet with Jim Barnett, Jimmy Crockett, and Jim Hurd.
Yeah.
The meeting was set up for us to go there, and Jim Barnett told me that next time you call the office, make sure that you use your real name. Because I had called her and I said, "This is Tommy, don't make call for Jim Barnett." Because Big Jim knew that there was moles in the office, and there might be moles answering the phone. Because Jim had abruptly...
Well, then what moron? Well, I started to say what moron wouldn't know your real name, but then again, when I was working at the WWF office in 1996, one of the secretaries gave me a message when I came back from lunch and said, "Harvey Race called for you."
Yeah. So, but there again now, Jim had abruptly left WWF back then and had gone back down for Turner and for Crockett and them guys. And I had, I'd not worked for Jim a few shows here and there, but he knew of me, he knew of my old hits, and he was another historian very much like you.
Can I join?
So, I mean, I could pick the phone up and call him, and that was important, and that's what I did. And he said, "Well, the next time you call me, use your real name," because he knew that none of those secretaries would know who the hell I was.
Yeah. And then it wasn't long after that Jim Hurd fucked Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson on their deal that Flair had made for them to come from WWF back to WCW. But of course, Tully, not caring because he was leaving, got a failing grade, shall we say, on the periodic drug test, and Hurd would not honor his commitment, hired him based on that, and fucked Arn out of an extra $100,000 that he had promised him because, well, I'm not giving both Tully and Arn, so Arn isn't worth as much by himself. So no WWF talent came to WCW for the next 5 years after that until Hurd was long gone and Bischoff had got him to open up the checkbook.
Yeah, that was true, and Rick Rude did go in for, I think, for Jim Hurd, and
I think that was Francis
Thanks
Ford
for the game.
Kip Fry.
That's who
Got
it
to
was.
play again?
That guy. But anyway, Ricky told me about his deal down there. And he said, I went in, I said, "Well, I like to have fly class tickets." I said, "Sure, I like to have this." Sure. Myself, I said, "First class, they would have signed off on it."
Oh, yeah.
He said, "Man, they're signing on everything." So I'm thinking, why did I let Jimmy Hart tell me, "Listen, don't do this, man. Call him first. Call him and tell him. Call him and telling him, do not leave, don't take the belt. Oh, man. And Ruth's telling me all this, and boy, I really fucked myself.
Well, that's why when Kip Fry took over, Bill Watts nicknamed him Francis Ford Coppola, because he was just giving away this. He was giving guys performance bonuses to show up for work.
Yeah,
It had a guaranteed contract, but if you showed up for the pay-per-view and actually had a match on the pay-per-view, you got a bonus on top of that. He gave you right. And they ended up losing millions and millions of dollars under him, and then that's when Bischoff stepped in and said, "Hey, I served the second course at the Last Supper. I can get you out of this."
One more?
Yeah.
Looks like you want that charm.
The
Sure.
meat man, the guy that drove around in a pickup truck selling frozen meat out of the back of the truck, Eric Bischoff. You know, I gave him that.
Let's talk about Eric Bischoff. What do you think about Eric Bischoff?
I don't think about that freak at all. I'll tell you what, if he was laying on the roadside and he was dying of thirst and needed a drink of water, I wouldn't kiss his mouth. Actually, if he was dying of starvation, I would defecate his mouth.
How did you finally went down there for a little while, right? Or did you?
You know, Jimmy, I was there for all the fans, and I tell them, they said, what was that song you had in WCW? I said, I wasn't there long enough to learn the words.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
It was one of those things where, once again, Jimmy Hart orchestrated this whole deal because Hogan was going in and Hogan wanted, you know, some friends around him that Hogan could trust and knew that if we were there doing the setup work and the prep work and getting the matches over, it would be better for him and make him a bigger star. Which, you know, that's normal Hoganism, which is that's his deal.
Well, that's been every top guy in the business since Ranger Lewis has had that in there.
Well, yes, and then of course, you know, if you're a booker and you got 4 or 5 of your buddies that you know that can go out there and get the job done, of course you can. And that was the situation.
Should
When
have
I
seen
went
that
there,
coming.
the first meeting with Eric
Here's the charm. I'm done with gambling today.
I got a call first from Ric Flair, and Cheryl was on the line. And he did setup call, you know, hey man, how you doing? Well, you need to come down here and be with us and that old bullshit, that old buddy stuff. And then Flair's on the phone. Yeah, can you send us some tape or come down so we can maybe get an audition on you? I said, audition? Oh, fuck, you've known me for 15 years, man. I need an audition. Hell, you don't audition a guy you already know. So anyway, they brought me in. First day there, Bischoff walks up. I introduced myself, and he said, I was never a fan of your character.
Looking to trade,
I didn't like it at all.
What do you
Jimmy
need?
Hart has been on me, and the only way to shut him
Is
up
that
is to
all?
bring him
I
in.
already
Well,
saw
that doesn't start out good.
I'm
And
going to
I
need
hope I
more
can
from
change
you.
your mind. And I walked away knowing, here's the guy giving out contracts, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
So that lasted for about 4 months, and then came to put Johnny B. Bad over, and, you know,
Excellent
It
choice.
was
Stay
kind
clear
of
of
like
sight
Johnny
towards
B.
me.
Bad and you. It was kind of like Motown meets fucking Sun Records. It was,
Oh,
you
it's
know,
you.
and guys would come
I
to
have
me,
maps.
Arn came to me once,
If you need
man,
them,
we really
I've seen
appreciate
these
what you
already.
do it for
Maybe
him.
I should leave the map to make you two.
Oh man, you're going out there, you having great matches with him, getting him over so good. I said, get him fucking over. He's on a $300,000 a year contract. I'm making $1,000 a night. I'm out here to help myself.
You're ruining it.
well, you talk about the way Bischoff presented himself. The last contract that we signed with WCW.
You're ruining it.
Basically, Wahoo McDaniel and Jim Ross and everybody, all the agents, everybody was on the booking committee. Everybody universally overrode Jim Hurd because he hated us, didn't want to sign us, and they voted against him. So he said, okay, and the way he handed me our contracts in a manila envelope, his first words were, you know I was against this. And my reply was, we were too.
Yeah, and I call my wife, you know, she's seen me go through these things before with different people. Which, you know, I had it with Stu one time. Him and I had a big falling out, and I had it, you know, of course, with Vince, and you know, you get these divorces, but I went to I went to payphone. I called her. I said, I won't be here very long. She said, what now? I said, this fucking guy that signed the contract said I've never been a fan of yours, and the only reason you're here is because Jimmy Hart would not leave me alone. So,
but you know, the thing with Bischoff was He spent money like a drunken sailor, but it was all with guys that he wanted to hang out with. He liked to go to Sturgis and ride the motorcycles, and he wanted to be known. I understand I got incredible heat with him one time when I made the comment, because I've never been around the guy very much. We had a few brief meetings, but I said, you know, Eric Bischoff is as phony as his hair, teeth, tan, and talent, because his hair's dyed, his teeth are capped, his tan is sprayed on, and his talent has been fictitious because he tripped over an invasion angle that he saw in Japan and was able to convince the Turner Broadcasting people, because he wasn't a wrestling guy, which became more apparent as time went on. He wasn't a wrestling guy, so he was able to finally convince them that he was a TV guy like them and they should listen to him, and they opened up the checkbook. He signed a bunch of stars that somebody else made, and it's almost impossible to make an invasion angle fail, almost, not completely, as we've seen several times. So, but then once he got that accidental angle, he was not able to keep up with it. He wasn't able to follow up on it, and he put them in a position where they were paying not only the talent so much money that they had to sell out every night forever to make money, but also that they put so much into TV because his whole goal was beating Vince McMahon's ratings. But the time they spent the money on the TV and the time they spent the money on the talent, they could never suffer a dip in business. They could never do anything to sell out every night forever, or they'd go in the hole. And when you know who won the pony, they didn't sell out every night for the rest of their lives. They went in the hole and they lost $60 million, and there you go. And Bischoff was the one who laid the groundwork for that. So sooner or later, folks, a blind squirrel will find
don't think you can.
And he was successful for 2.5 years.
Yeah, my close personal friend, and you know him very well, and probably one of the premier trainers, and they talk about a great mind in the business. Not Jake Roberts, his mind's all hazed up from years of crack pipe, but Hustler Rick Rogers.
Yes.
Hustler, I love reading his tweets and stuff. He's so honest and everything. He came to me because he was there bringing talent in from Louisville and different places, and would drive them in. He came to me once. He said, "They told you you're getting a TV title." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, the tape you just worked on, you didn't have a belt, right?" I said, "No." He said, "That tape is showing 2 weeks after you should have had the belt." I said, "Oh." So I go to Claire, and Claire says, "Oh, we'll take care of that in post-production." And Rick smartened me up and said, "There's no way to take care of the post-production. You don't have the belt."
They're going to computer generated onto your waist.
Yeah, so that was the end of my thing, and then the next week in Nashville, they came to me with a finish, and they had some country music star out there and said, "He's going to bother you during the match and get your attention, and you slip on the banana field, and Johnny B. Bad's going to roll you up." I said, I did a Gordon Stoley, not tonight.
Oh, and I gotta bring this up. In '96, you were back in WWF for a little while with your most important.
Oh, don't even remind me of that shit.
The most important position, and I was not a fan of this.
WCW just my protege after a fucking 6 months to keep time today.
I was on the creative team. Don't blame me for any of this. I wasn't a fan of any of it, but you went on a search for a protege, came up with Rockabilly, Billy Gunn.
Yeah, a guy at the time every fucking night. He gets beat every fucking night. This is the guy you're going to use? For Christ's sake, keep out a few guys?
Well, at the time, the only person that Billy Gunn could beat was Road Dogg, and the only person that Road Dogg could beat was Billy Gunn. They were jerking the curtain against each other every night.
They were losing. I asked Billy, I go to him, I said, "Who are you working with out here on the road?" Because I didn't know. He said, "I'm working with Flash Funk." I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm doing a job every night." You're doing a job for Flash Funk, and you're going to be the next guy after 6 fucking months, and me, I can't. Holy fuck, this thing was dead from the get-go.
Well, I tried to make the statement to him, but it wasn't taken at the time. But I said, you can't put a gimmick with a gimmick. Basically, they thought that somehow Rockabilly was going to be the next generation of your gimmick, and instead what it did was it made both of y'all gimmicky because you put a gimmick on a gimmick.
Yes, and you know what, my thing, Jimmy, I'm not shooting my own horn, and some fans can say, "Well, I'm an arrogant prick and all this stuff." The way I dressed and the way that I was overshadowed anyone or anybody, unless they brought in someone who was extremely new, who had never been seen before, and then you could bring that in.
Or different.
Otherwise,
Or different.
my thing was way
The
too
fuck?
strong. It was too strong. I overshadowed whoever it would have been.
You needed
Want to
somebody
play?
that
If
was
you have the
different,
coin.
not
Sure.
a rip-off of the same. To me, to be, because there had to be some kind of contrast, and what they were trying to do was it was like Honky Tonk Man Jr. What were you, in
Yeah,
Florida
literally.
25 years ago or whatever when Billy Gunn was born? Somehow you were, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
and you're right there on contrast. I'll smart the fans up a little bit. When it comes to tag teams or manager wrestler, there has to be a contrast. You know this. When I was in tag teams, there was always a contrast. There was myself, who I'm the flamboyant guy out there doing the boogie woogie bullshit. But Larry,
Oh,
played
fuck
my
you.
Moondog, he was the rough, tough customer in the ring. When I was with Valentine, Rhythm and Blues, I called it Rhythm and Snooze. But anyway, because Valentine was always sleeping. But there was a contrast. Here I am. I'm the guy that goes in. I take all the fifty bumps. I do all the bullshit with the flashy suit. Then when it comes time to get somebody gets hell beat out of them, Valentine's in there throwing those hammers around.
Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson. Ricky was the short, blonde-haired underdog that sold, and Robert was the tall, dark-haired guy that was bigger and made the comeback. The only time you could find money tag teams that there wasn't a contrast was when you were talking about identical masked guys or identical twins. Otherwise, there had to be contrast. Ray Stevens and Nick Bockwinkel. We could go on.
Play me
But so
again.
that
And
Yeah, he
maybe you get
sucked.
interested by wagering a charm. Someone like you could put it to good use.
yeah, they had a match that was completely different, and
Still
also
after
they could
that
switch.
charm?
They could switch places, so you could get that out.
Or they had Las Vegas Louie.
Yeah. who we just saw in as a matter of fact, Lexington at the comic convention.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and I know you guys had these creative meetings and everything, but the problem with the rockabilly thing was not Billy at all. And Billy blames me for all this, and he'll go to his grave doing it. And to be in a position where he is now, wearing a coat and tie and pushing a pencil up there, he shouldn't have that attitude. But people get attitudes with a coat and tie, and they carry attitudes over from their past lives. I knew after this thing went more than 3 or 4 weeks, it was like every week on TV. Here, I'm still looking. It's 6 fucking months now. I'm still looking. For Christ's sake, it was dead right there from that part. Jim, it was dead from this. I'm looking. I'm still looking. I'm still looking. Yes, I'm still looking.
Well, it actually it was nobody's fault because once again they gimmicked the gimmick. They also took a guy that had been beat like a drum and tried to suddenly foist him into a position. And then but at the same time they were wonderful evaluations of talent because I'm a big fan of the Armstrong family, and I kept saying, well, Road Dogg is worth something, but like I said, he was on the Heat crew too. The buttermilk run, as the Dream Machine used to say. So the only ones they could beat was each other until they decided to do something with both of them. And then the tag team, as all great tag teams and all great things in wrestling, the tag team was not even planned to be a top team. It just they got together and it worked and they went with it. Same thing as Austin 316. They didn't plan that. People brought the sign and they went with it.
And they never dreamed this kid. I said it from the very beginning, the first time I saw the kid. This kid, The Rock, they were doing Rocky sucks, all this background noise and shit. I knew right away this kid had the same he had what Hogan had. He had the looks, he could talk, he could wrestle. He appealed to all people around the world, white, black, Hispanic, Chinese. When you got someone that can appeal to that and the guy could carry the load. They didn't have to do that rock bullshit stuff. They should have started pushing this kid right away.
Well, yeah, but see, that's the thing. They did start pushing him right. They just pushed him down people's throats. Because I saw his tryout in Corpus Christi. I was there that night. I went to Vince, and I said, whatever you do with this kid, plan with music, with look, whatever. Plan that he's going to be your champion in 5 years because he's that good. And he made it in 3. But the first thing they did was between the haircut and the Rocky Maivia Yes, I know it was about his father and grandfather, but the outfit, I don't know where that at. Creative Services was on acid.
95%.
And whatever.
I had to look.
And he had a chia pet head.
And the chia pet head.
No,
and
yeah, I got
and
3 more percent though.
shoving him like nobody's
But
business. And I didn't
that's
mean
not
when I said
all of
he was
it,
the worst
brother.
champion in 5 years, I didn't mean keep him undefeated from his very first match. There was a backlash because people could
Yes,
tell.
sir.
And Pat Patterson's done a wonderful job with a lot of guys, but he went too whole hog on that. Too fast, and there was a backlash because the people could tell that he was being pushed down their throats without ever having earned it or deserved it, and his talent was being masked by all of the crap that was hanging off of him. But at least he was able to use that fan backlash when they just threw their hands up and said, okay, well, then get mad about it. And the Die Rocky Die became his motivation to become himself and get over. We knew it was under there. It was covered up by a lot of fucking bells and whistles at the start. And finally that was stripped away, and he was able to do what he could do, and that's what got him over.
It's amazing.
And then Vince Russo took credit for it.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing how that company, the WWE, can repackage people. They really can, and they can take years to do it and make them very successful, whereas other companies have never, ever been able to repackage someone and make them from a non-star to a big star.
But what do you think about this? Part of the way that people used to be, before the term even became repackaged, in wrestling was, and I've said this on the program a bunch of times, you never really, unless you were a hometown hero from the start, you never got over in your home territory. They saw you when you were green, when you were a rookie, when you were breaking in, and just because they shoved you into a main event didn't mean that people took you seriously, with very few exceptions. You always had to go away, go somewhere else, where the people weren't so critical of you because they hadn't seen you from the start, get your shit together, and then come back to your home territory as a more complete package. And that's the way that, even Lawler started out wrestling the first match in the Coliseum in Memphis, but he went to Alabama, and he went to Mississippi, and he met up with Jim White and Sam Bass, and it took a couple of years. Then he comes back, and he's the hometown star in Memphis. And, the same things happen with every hometown hero, but now, unfortunately, there's no place to go. You're seen on national television from the time that you're debuted out of the developmental program, and the only place to go is home. So now when they want to repackage somebody, they have to rely on fans' short memories if the guy changes his hairstyle, or maybe it just doesn't work because that was the guy we saw 6 weeks ago, he was somebody else, which destroys his credibility. How is it going to be harder and harder to repackage guys now because the only place for them to go is home?
I don't know how they're able to do it and send the guys away, and I mean, look at Kane. For Christ's sake, they repackaged him in total different looks, total different everything, and the guy's still over, but he's still Kane. He's not coming back as a different name.
Well, but remember now that Isaac Yankem didn't get over and the fake Diesel didn't get over, but then they put the mask on him, and that was a whole different. But that was brand new. That wasn't a stupid gimmick like an evil dentist, which Vince called me up in Knoxville and said, "Oh, you're gonna love what we've done with Glenn Jacobs." And I saw the evil dentist, and Vince must have gone to the dentist that day. And the fake Diesel was they were trying to they were asking the guy to do the impossible to redo somebody that had been a big time personality for him.
He was playing Fortnite.
Off the gimmick completely, including the names. That wasn't going to work. But then finally, Kane was something that was not only brand new, that hadn't been done before, but they covered up his face, so you couldn't see it was that same guy that they were trying to foist off on us as a dentist and a fake fucking Kevin Nash. And that worked.
He was playing Fortnite.
Glenn was allowed to be himself as Kane.
Yeah, they're masterful at doing that, whereas other wrestling companies could never, ever send someone away, bring them back 3 months, 6 months later, same body type, same facial expression, but call them something else. I don't know how they're able to do it, but it's the power of their television. And
I have a charm I bet you'd like. Play me again, and you'll get a shot at it.
That they can make you in one night, or they can break you in one
Guess you
night.
still want that charm.
And then, of
Let's
course,
play.
one of the more remarkable repackaging jobs in the history of wrestling, Sugar Bear Harris never drew a dime, but Kamala was a main event monster, wasn't he? Did you ever see Sugar Bear Harris wrestle?
No, I never knew him as Sugar Bear. I mean, I always called him that. He would just laugh, you know,
Yeah.
But no, the Kamala thing was that it was done so good. I mean, it was done, and you can't. I mean, when you throw in King Curtis doing the interviews, and
Good.
it was a beautiful piece of work.
Well, and even before that, when they painted him up in Jerry Jarrett's backyard, when they first gave him the gimmick, because Jerry's whole thing was watching Sugar Bear Harris wrestle, and I love Ooga Booga Man. I always think Kamala was a great attraction, but watching Sugar Bear Harris wrestle was more painful than a root canal.
Well,
And Jerry Jarrett came up with the idea. He said basically all reports when he booked Sugar Bear Harris, all the reports from everybody he trusted were that this is the worst wrestler we've ever seen. So he came up with a gimmick where the whole gimmick of the guy was that he doesn't know how to wrestle. He's a Ugandan savage.
What's up, Joey?
You got
And
me.
they painted him up
Here's
and
the
made him that, and he
Overwatch.
was the main event player for the first time he stepped in the ring as Kamala. It was amazing.
The only thing I missed was 300-pound Buddy Wayne, the original Buddy Wayne, dressed as Kim Chi.
Oh, that was a sight to behold. I didn't know they had that much camouflage in the state of Tennessee.
What the fuck just happened?
He was dressed up in that outfit, and the beekeeper.
What just happened?
Because you couldn't have Kamala the Ugandan giant drive up to the building in a car driving because he's a Ugandan giant. So he had to have a driver and a handler to go. Those are the little details that Jerry Jarrett would fill in, and we talked about before that people wouldn't even think of, but when they see it, they know something was wrong.
We're just.
How's this guy? They got a driver's license.
I'm so confused, bro. What the fuck just happened?
But you see him in the airport, he's sitting down the street, he had all his gold and stuff on. But gosh, now
He's not even there no more, bro.
I know you're up on these subjects. I'm not. I'm an outsider looking in. This Roddy Piper. Now I've had these little internet feuds going with different people at different times. This one seems to be like they want to bitch slap each other and stuff.
Well, they've made up already.
Oh,
Did you hear
have they
about
now?
this now? Yes.
Oh, see, you enlightened me. I told you you were up on this stuff. I'm not.
Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've heard about it because if you're listening to this program, you're up on all the internet happenings. But apparently, Roddy Piper, on his podcast, which of course doesn't get the ratings that ours does, but you know, but he tries. He's a good young man.
He won't call me to be on the show, and I wouldn't be on it anyway, so that's okay.
Well, see, his ratings would go up. But anyway, apparently Roddy Piper told a story about when he kicked Kevin Nash out of a locker room in WCW years ago. And then Nash took it very to heart that it actually happened the other way, that he slapped Roddy and knocked him to the ground and kicked him out or whatever. And Nash that was up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I got to be honest with you, I have a great Colton Cornette following on Twitter. I have a bunch of followers, and I listen to them, and I respond to them, but I'm not at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's not the only thing that I'm thinking about in my life is what's happening on Twitter. But Nash got on Twitter and twittered a bunch of shit about Roddy, called him a cunt and a piece of shit and blah, blah, blah. And then somehow...
Yeah, where are you going?
They both and wanted to be on his podcast, set the record straight, and then
Wow.
they both spoke to each other. And within a day or two of Nash calling him a cunt, Nash apologized. He's a legend, and we've talked and settled this out all straight. And Roddy's talking nice about Nash. And I don't know, but if somebody calls me a cunt in public, it's going to take me more than 24 to 48 hours to get over it. But apparently they've made up now. I don't know.
Well, you'd have to ask the lady there. Alice, what do you think about that? I mean, if somebody
Hey.
dirty things like that, you just call them up and say, I'm so sorry.
Number one, I'm hoping I'm not sounding like a robot. Do I sound okay?
No, you're good. And to explain that to the people, Alice occasionally has trouble with her
What the
fuck
is that?
Suddenly sounds like the robot on Lost in Space. But go ahead, Alice.
Pain in the ass. I was actually awake, having one of my bouts of insomnia when I saw this particular Twitter thing happen. It was about 1 in the morning here in Los Angeles. And it's just one of those things, it's like, dude, he's nearly 60, and it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck? Yeah, if somebody called me a cunt, yeah, it would take about a week. if I had to put
Yeah, yeah.
Do you think
what would I
alcohol?
say?
Do you think alcohol was involved for a grown man to be on Twitter at 4 o'clock in the morning calling people names because they had the wrong story or possibly the story you didn't like about a locker room skirmish?
No, it's no, it's kind of New York too.
Yeah, he's an older person.
Kind of.
God damn it, talking to older people, I can't say that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, Roddy's always been a different kind of guy, but Roddy at the same time is pretty much. Last time I talked to him last October was the same as he's been for the last 20 years. I think he can find his way home, and I just look at it like that. It's two guys. One guy was a great promo and a great performer who
Yeah.
drew a lot of money and always protected the business. And another guy was a guy who made a lot of money for himself and exposed the business in a public forum.
Shut up.
And they had a disagreement, and you know,
Yeah.
who knows? Only they know the true story of whether they've made up. Was it all a work? Review coming up. We don't know.
Basically what she said.
I hate to be that fool, but I'm
That's what I heard too.
Can I join?
I can say
I'll
this
play.
from being Tom going on 37 years now in May will be if you don't have a really, really tough skin and you can't take harsh
Hey,
criticism
yo.
from everyone, this is not take it out. I mean, listen, you can't take anything personal because it's not personal unless they're attacking or saying something or exposing something about your family. You personally harm.
Yeah.
Or his family personally
That's
took
that.
harm, then, you know, and of course, Timmy, you know this from years and years gone by. Families are off limits unless if you
You actually know the lyrics? That's crazy.
and Jerry Von Erich's daughters, if they get into the wrestling business, now it's all bets are off.
Then family is off limits, except if they're also in the business. And that's what one time when I called Vince Russo up and cussed him out, because I have taken things personally in the past, and to get away from that, I chose to get away from fucking people that drive me crazy in the wrestling business. But Vince Russo accused me one time of threatening his family and saying bad things about his family when actually
You
what I
cannot
did
put
was,
a Slurpee in the milk up.
Hal of the Moon kids were very misbehaved. The only time that I ever fucking met him over at Bruce
I
Pritchard's
enjoyed
house,
it.
and they were shooting.
Rock up, rock up.
I said his
Want to
fucking
play?
wife must be
Sure.
a saint to live in the same house with that fucking cretin. And that's the way I said to his family. So anyway, there you go. There you have that.
Well, there is times when you do take things a little bit more personal than you should, and then you know it's 4 o'clock in the morning, a couple glasses of wine, a few beers, things start to come out. The old truth serum starts to surface.
Middle meester? What's a meester?
You don't do any of that kind of after-hours nonsense. You never have.
I always do it right during the day, right out in front of everybody. I throw my bullshit right out in front of everybody. Everybody can see it.
Actually, I don't know what that Mountain Dew or whatever that stuff is.
Because it's Fortnite.
Christ, man, I've always said, listen, if you want the truth, know the truth, call Jim Cornette.
Well, you know, here's the thing that I'll say this: the thing that has always made me the most mad at people and the most lingering mad at people is not only when they do shit, when they
Daddy do a burnout
about me or they fuck with my business, but also when they fuck with the wrestling business that I and a lot of
Oh, he
other
fucked
people
himself.
make money in, and they fuck with that. That's when I get fucking mad and I take things personally. But it's generally, I mean, I've had people cuss me out over personal things and hugged them and kissed them on the cheek, you know, a day or two later. But about the wrestling business, I have always taken that seriously because it was responsible for me and a lot of other people making a lot of money and having a lot of fun. And I hate when people try to fuck with it.
That's the way I feel too. Is that's the only time I get, you know, that little stone in my shoe is when you're trying to, or someone is trying to, you know, cause me difficulty in my ability to make a living, and that is not where we can call each other assholes, motherfuckers, cocksuckers every day, all day long, and you hear that all day long. But to tell another promoter, don't book this guy or don't do this.
Who has that feedback?
I would never do that to anyone. I don't care who someone books. I don't care who Vince pushes. I could tell Vince McMahon, hey, I don't think this is the guy. I'm all game. You know, when he
I'm on mute. And it stopped. I think it only happens when you're on mute. That's the crazy part.
But anyway,
Well, you know, and it's the same thing with me and everybody thinks, you know, Paul, everybody thought me and Paul Lee hated each other even before we did, I always say. But the thing is, I've never called Paul Heyman names in public besides a liar, because I wouldn't believe him if his tongue was notarized. But
you think he's like Dusty Rhodes?
well, he makes Dusty look like Mother Teresa. But the thing is, Paul is a great promo. Paul's a great wrestling mind. Paul, I do like the style of wrestling that he presented because it got a lot of people to the angles that he used to do.
That's
Draw
the DJ sounded like.
for another day, because the point is, Paul's done a very good job at a lot of different things in business. Vince Russo couldn't book Lassie in a fucking pet shop, and he's a miserable human being. And I've told people that. There's a little bit of respect that keeps me from calling Paul Heyman no problems calling Vince Russo those names, because he's all those things and more, and he's a piece of shit, and he's ruined the wrestling business. So there you go. There's two different things. If you have respect for somebody,
There's two different kinds of friction in the business. There's the personal friction, there's the friction in the business. So,
yeah, I don't have a problem working with pricks from business. I just have a problem working with personal pricks. And boy, that's a lot of P's. I hope I'm not popping my P's there. But, you know, we could do this all day, and we almost have.
Let me end with this, Jimmy, because I kind of gave you a little piece on it with the other.
Speed run.
I was asked, and I've been asked to do the interviews and stuff, and I don't do it anymore. I've done, this is your podcast I did for you. It's the only one I've done since I did the Coke Cabana. I stopped doing those because I have no axe to grind anymore. I have no shoot interviews anymore with anybody, because all the kids out there now, they're all good kids, but their fathers or grandfathers are the assholes and pricks to me. So, but the Ultimate Warrior,
damn.
People have asked me, my neighbor asked last night, how did you feel? Well, I wasn't shocked, I wasn't surprised.
Yo, it felt like I was doing that stupid thing forever for no reason, bro. That was no, not the boxes. No, I'm still going. But getting all the freaking game boards from the charms for the game boards, dude, that shit was stupid.
It's a tragedy, but it's not a surprise. There's a difference. You're not surprised with some of these things. And even, you know, we talked about Warrior on the experience last week, in that, you know, I never had much interplay with him. Just wasn't around him that much. I always looked at him as the torchbearer for sports entertainment, style over substance, look over ability. And I don't mean to say that's bad, because I look back and he did draw a ton of money. It's got him over, even though he had a charisma, and he was in the right place at the right time, but he was the furthest thing from a good wrestler, and he was not the easiest person in the world to work with or deal with, from what I understand. But it's not a surprise, because even he said to people, from what I understand, you know, I guess all this shit that I did will cut years off my life, and, you know, if you're just a normal adult human being, you have to realize that doing shit like that and looking like that cannot be healthy for you. And you know, I've told the story about when Lex Luger was riding with me in the Midnight Express, Bobby and Stan Lane one day, and I was driving the rental car, and we were on the way to Atlanta TV, and I'm eating a Wendy's triple cheeseburger with extra mayo, and the grease is dripping down my elbow, and he's looking at me like I've got steaming turds in my mouth. And you know, I said, when's the last time you had a cheeseburger package? He's like, oh, I had some French fries about 6 months ago. He deprived himself of all of that food, ate clean, worked out religiously, and did you know, a bunch of stuff that later on in life. Now I'm in better physical shape, and this is not gloating or not being happy about it, because I like Lex. But I'm in better physical shape than he is, because at least all I was on was cholesterol. Doing those things, sooner or later something bad's gonna happen to you. I can't imagine why it wouldn't. And you know, that's what happened with Warrior.
Yeah, and I saw, and I'll end with this. I saw one time I went to the movies. I don't go very often. My daughter, she was small back then, young child. She wants to go see this movie, The Lion King, and I saw this, and the whole thing about this movie was Circle of Life. And it is really a circle of life. And we're only in this thing for a lottery, and sometimes you win it, and you're gone early, and sometimes you lose it, and you can stay around a lot. Listen, I love losing this life lottery because I want to be here as long as I can, but we're not guaranteed anything. It doesn't matter what you do to yourself. For God's sake, we know people should have been dead 50 years ago, and they're still kicking. And then there's others that have gone on. But the sad thing is the young people, the young children, and the young family left behind.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, with Owen, people say, well, he shouldn't have been up there.
Yo, why does it feel
He
so
tried
late?
to do what, you know, he felt like he needed to do for his job, and you know, and shit like that happens, and then you've got, you know, you got kids, and you got a wife, and you got a family that loses somebody, and it's just, you never know. So that's why I decided that Jarrett said to me one time, he said, I used to think I hated the wrestling
Yep.
business.
It's literally 9
I
o'clock,
realized I got
just
out
about.
of it, I just hated the people I was in business with in the wrestling business.
You know what? That pretty much sums it all up. And I think we all have a brotherhood. We all have a camaraderie. We all shake hands and hug each other and walk
Huh?
away going, fuck that, he's a fucking asshole. But at the end of the day, we're all in the same business. We all have the same scars on the head. We all made the same trips. And that will never change. And why someone thinks,
No, he says, so,
so I'm bigger than you.
you guys are in the future?
Hey, Potter, that's bullshit.
Yeah. That's why I said everybody in the wrestling business is crazy. It's just, do you get in wrestling because you're crazy, or do you get in wrestling and the crazy people that it make you crazy? But everybody ends up crazy. And that's a couple of years ago, I just stepped back and said, I'm crazy. Hi, I'm Jim, and I'm crazy. And I'm gonna try to get over that. And I'm much more
I'm a complete fucking nutcase. I've been told that 1,000 times. And guess what? I don't give a shit.
The hell is playing right now? I said, what the hell is playing right now?
All right, so a few weeks on the program, and the reason why we're doing this today is because it apparently was very well received the last time that we did it, was we discussed the period in early 1993, into February, March, and April, where simultaneously I was operating Smoking Out Wrestling. Me and the Heavenly Bodies were embroiled in the rivalry with Rock and Roll Express there, and we talked about our business at the time and the other talents we were using, and at the same time, that's when we made the arrangement to trade talent and work with WCW and Bill Watts. But Watts had gone back home, and I'd gotten our deal in writing, and we fulfilled it and finished up there. And the slight aftermath of that in Smoky Mountain, and how that we pretty much had achieved our biggest success to date, the biggest gate to date, at the Bluegrass Brawl in April in Pikeville, Kentucky. It had done better than even Johnson
The fuck
City and
is this?
Knoxville had done yet, because our spot shows were prospering fairly well. For those small towns, we were making some money there, but the big towns were not coming along. And since we'd opened up in late spring, early summer of '92, it had been a year, and we couldn't get Knoxville and Johnson City really get over the hump, and had yet to draw more than 10 grand there, where we had done 12 or 13 at the Bluegrass Brawl. So at the end of April, I saw that, and I had tried to keep the tag team rivalry going a little bit too long. We had a bad day Sunday and a nice day in April, and sort of had fallen in a hole after the tax day, daylight savings time, springtime slump hit us for the first year that year. Is that a pretty good summation of what we got to last time? And they can go and listen to the program, or it's on the YouTube channel also, which is labeled, what is it labeled? Discusses Super Brawl and Bluegrass Brawl.
Yeah, 1993.
Yes, and it's not that old, so it's right up there.
I mean, that's kind of where we left things off, which was everything was happening, but you were still frustrated, if not scared a little bit, by Knoxville.
Yeah, because Knoxville hadn't come, and as the middle of April passed, then I was faced with a couple of different things because at that point, I found out that Robert Fuller was going to be going because leaving because he was going to WCW. They had pitched the Colonel Robert Parker things, even though I wasn't working officially with WCW anymore. That I'd gotten on their radar now, and they'd seen, hey, he's got some talent. So Robert, and I didn't mind Robert going because he was going to. It was a better spot as a manager. We wouldn't have to beat his body up. He'd talk his ass off. He'd been working for me for a year, and so but I had to finish him up. And Jimmy Golden would follow shortly thereafterwards to go as Bunkhouse Buck. And also, I was losing Night Stalker because Bill Watts had already been interested in Brian Clark. We've been using him as Kevin Sullivan's giant henchman underneath. Originally, Paul Orndorff had got me to book Brian to give him some experience because Orndorff had been training. And we had recently turned him babyface on Kevin Sullivan as a way to finish him up on the way out because they were fixing to. He was fixing to go to New York at that point before we had an alliance there.
Which is Adam Bomb.
Yes, and he had the atomic bomb tattooed on his arm, and I said, boy, in about a year and a half, you might regret that. Anyway, I'd finished Bob Eaton up in April. I'd had him for 90 days from WCW. And also, that's when Stan Lane told me that he decided he was just going to retire. He had got to the point where, I guess, in summation, the business wasn't any fun for him anymore.
Free!
With them getting 25% plus the
Oh,
food and drink concessions,
I'm here.
that Knox Central High school system, we raised easily $20-something thousand that year for them, easily. And it was an excellent monthly town. But anyway, Friday the 13th, we were in Morristown, and with the six-man with the bodies and me against the Armstrongs and title match, tag match, etc.
Thank you, brother.
Kevin Sullivan in that weekend against the
Thank you, brother.
Mongolian death match. And we still did 480 for 300.
I don't think it's gonna happen tonight, brother. There's too much stuff still to do. There's so much stuff still to do. I'm not lying on purpose. I didn't realize how much stuff there is. You have no idea.
If Knoxville is on your left, then you go 30 miles to the right, and there's Morristown, and you go another 60 miles right, and there's Johnson City. So within 90 miles, you got all three towns on the same interstate corridor. We ran them all three this week. Morristown did 480 paid for $3,212. Then we went to Johnson City the next night for Fire on the Mountain. And just like the Volunteer Slam had been the first event that we did in Knoxville
Pizza.
in May of 92, so we brought it back in May of 93.
Free pizza. Why am I a weirdo? Regular pizza?
Fire on the Mountain was the first card, and the main event was the
free pizza
cage match with Fantastics and the Bodies. So Fire on the Mountain 93 was my fallback plan because
Mom and pop.
I knew that we could draw a good house
But
there
my
because
dad, mom and pop.
actually been doing a little bit better sometimes than Knoxville, and the building was cheaper.
And it's free.
Knoxville Civic Coliseum,
So my dad's car is broken, so I picked him up.
$2,600 unless it was a
And
holiday or a bigger crowd with extra
I was like, oh, can I have some pizza, just, to take home so I can have it for lunch tomorrow? He goes, sure, I'll give you some pizza. This motherfucker walks out with 4 boxes of pizza. Here you go. I was like, you what?
That's right, and this was the fan week. You are correct, sir. As a matter of fact, yes, this was first fan week too.
I was like, are you kidding me? What are you talking about right now?
Often, over a period of like 10 days, this when we did the first fan week, and we either had a weekend package for the Knoxville weekend, or we had the whole week where everybody could come and stay like the 8 or 9 days or whatever. And we had like, what, 50 people from around the country came and paid between 300
I think so.
grand, I think. I wasn't at the first, but I heard that one of the package deals was staying 7 or 8 days and also had sickle crystal hamburgers. Yes.
Because you suck?
What I did with Johnson City and Knoxville. Knoxville on Friday, August 20th. And they both needed to be big shows. But I was more sure of
Go Power Rangers.
I was of Knoxville at that point, so I thought, okay, I'm going to give Johnson City, if I only had one match, I could give it to Knoxville, but since I can come up with 2, I'm going to give Johnson City their own match, and we're going to make the cards completely different. So, for Fire on the Mountain 93, we had Dirty White Boy against the Mongolian Stomper, Kevin Sullivan in a special match against the Big Boss Man,
It will pass.
Warner and
Get out of
Bandito
here.
in the Baby Bottle match, Tracy and Brian Lee for the title,
You
the Coal
there.
Miners Glove
I
match,
heard you walk in.
and the
Can you help
Rage
me
in the
with something?
Cage too.
Well done,
Because
dealing
that
with
was
that
the same type of match, if
yes.
you recall, that we
Line
hospitalized Bob Armstrong in
Useful
May in
when you
Knoxville,
need
now
something
Johnson
between a
City.
stern word and
It's
sword.
their Rage
Took
in
it from a
the Cage.
dead ninepin.
And it's Bob, Scott, and Steve Armstrong in the Rock and Roll
Bear made a
Express
meal of it.
against the Heavenly
Changed up
Bodies,
the
the
recipe.
Blues Brothers, and
Made it
Jim
more
Cornette.
potent.
And the special
could share
referee
it
is the Big Boss Man.
Help me with something.
And then we did the Armstrong Family
What do
Review
you
that
need?
night beforehand just because I love to see that show, and people loved it too. And for this one,
I
we
lost my
stepped
sight
up and we did Golden Circle tickets.
That
Front
drunk
row was
Ronin
$15.
pay back later.
And they got a
I
special
think
meet
he's
and
learned
greet,
his lesson.
pizza party, and then
But
8
between
cents
him
back the rest
and
of
the
the tickets.
ninepin,
That is,
I'd like to
that
hire him.
would have been the blow off normally is
That's
for
it?
Bob
You
to
have a
get
deal.
me
Lead the way.
in the cage, and and we did it. The baby faces went over, especially, and as a matter of fact, called an ambulance for Ricky Morton because Ricky and I think Scott Armstrong were having a a fuss in the locker room beforehand about the proper way to make a blade or use a blade.
It's not far.
And they had a bet with each other who was going to get better juice, and it looked like Ricky was going to bleed out before the match was over with. So
My wife helped me set up bells, so I can find my way
I'm the
around.
last one in the cage, obviously,
That
before
she
game was
is.
entered. And I'm looking at Ricky, and he said, "Should I call an ambulance?" I said, "Yeah, just don't tell him who you are in case we have to pay for it." Right? So
This tree is where I'm
go over
first
in the
known.
corner and get Ricky,
From
and
here,
I'm
I have
hammering
the
on him in
number
the
of
head.
steps
I said,
memorized.
"Ambulance coming
Everywhere
for you."
I
Ricky
need
said,
to.
"Fuck, I'm fine.
So
What
you're
the
clever
fuck?"
too.
I was like, "God damn it. All right,
I'll
so when
admit,
the ambulance got
I
there,
didn't
Sandy's
expect a woman's
said, "I
voice
don't know who
when
called.
I
The
heard
man
you
was
step
bleeding
into
in
that
the
room.
ring, but he's
You
all right."
must be a skilled warrior. Was that a deer?
So,
Yes, he ran right by us.
I'm afraid our visitor made me lose count of my steps.
What do we
Bob
do?
gets even with
Look
me the whole
around for
9
a
yards, but he
pile of
doesn't
large
hurt me, and they
rocks.
pull me out of the cage, and the big boss man upheld law and order and everything. And that
Over
was
there.
a successful
Lead
show.
the way.
That was the best house we
Earlier
had
you
done
said I
up
must
to
be a
Pikeville.
skilled warrior.
At that point
What
in
makes
time
you
in our
say that?
history, 1,324 people paid, 182 comms, which was to radio
We've reached
stations,
the rocks.
and
Is your wife waiting for you
I
at
think
home?
a Spectrum Rinse, I think we might have had by that point in town.
Oh.
The gate was 99.68. We
I have a
almost
plan to
did
get her
10
healthy.
grand.
Let's move
This
on.
still the only
your
place
wife
we've
is
done
sick,
10 grand was in
shouldn't you be
Pikeville.
with
And I
her?
was
I
fucking
was actually there to
demoralized,
get
right?
some medicine.
But it was a good show.
I
And then
hope it helps.
It will.
the following Monday, August 16th,
Once I can
we do
afford it.
TV in Clintwood, Virginia, at the Clintwood Elementary, 305, paid 1,838 because all seats were $6 a head because we didn't have reserved seats, and that's where I believe the Dark Secret made his Smoky Mountain Wrestling television debut. Brian Armstrong, the whole family was up that weekend, or that week. I think they were staying at Mounts and Beulah.
Hiding powder.
So the future.
But it will all be over
They
soon.
really stayed at Beulah's?
Back at the inn you were playing
Sometimes
drunk.
they did, yeah. She
You
wouldn't
set me
have
up.
had it any other way. She would
I'm
have
sorry,
insisted.
but your bounty
But
will
now
cover
here's
my wife's
where I
medicine.
continue, my chaos continues. Because remember now, I'm responsible for 2 territories here now. After that weekend, where we do the thing in Morristown, where I get beat up in 6-man, and we do the thing in John City, I get beat up in a cage match, and then I have Sunday
Damn,
off
that's
to
fire.
come back home and get my formats ready.
Look, DJ.
Monday, we do TV, Smoky Mountain TV, where we did 4 weeks of TV, shows 82 through 85. But that same Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday period was WWF TV Day. And they needed me since I was with Yokozuna. So on August 16th, while I was doing TV in Clintwood, Virginia, they were in Poughkeepsie. And they did a TV there, and the next day they did TV in White Plains on the 17th. Well, the next day, after I got notes done from the TV taping Monday night, they gave me VHS copies with the time code burned in window on them. I got back home 2 o'clock in the morning, set up all night, made all the fucking notes for the post-production of the first week's television program that had to air the following Saturday. And they'll make it quick. Took those notes, got them started with the post-production so they understood they drove to Charlotte to get a non-stop flight because at least I could get there. Got to Charlotte that Tuesday night, and Wednesday flew to Boston and drove to Lowell, Massachusetts for the WWF TV taping because I had to do promos. They could do without me.
I tried to help you.
Fuji, the bodies just happened not to be there, right? Because they were with me. And Yoko had a manager, Fuji, but interviews, so I had to do in Lowell on the 18th.
I don't ever
I
want
had
to
to
see
do
your
3
faces
TV
again.
taping days worth of all of the interviews for Yokozuna and Fuji to air everywhere.
Go.
Right?
Before I
While
change
at
my mind.
home, we're running a fair show at the Jefferson County Fair.
No, she was either say change your ways or tell him to leave. So I just told him to get the fuck out. Yeah, just about.
I had to fly back to Charlotte, pick up my car, and Thursday, August 19th, Smoky Mountain Wrestling was running
No,
Morganton,
because he
North
was a
Carolina,
pussy.
at Street Rec Center. So I literally went to fucking Lowell, Massachusetts.
And he was like, oh no, please don't kill me. Oh my god, you want
Whereupon, actually, that's one of the famous nights that I wrestled the Ninja Turtle, Brian Hildebrand. Bodies against rock and roll, me against the Ninja Turtle in 2 other matches in the Battle Royal and did 250 people and we're happy. Then I finally got back home late that night in Morristown because the next day was the Knoxville show. So the biggest show we are about to have ever done in Smoky Mountain Wrestling history. In the previous week, I've been beat up several times, stayed up all night a couple of times, shot 4 hours of TV, looked at post-production,
You don't know.
gone to fucking Lowell to do promos, come back and got fucking beat up by a turtle. And now it's time for the K-Town Showdown. Have you figured out why I was a goddamn nervous fucking wreck at most points in Smoky Mountain Wrestling yet?
Yeah, when did you write the programs? Because you also did everything even down to writing the programs.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think that may be why we didn't have.
What you munching on?
Yeah, and then I tagged it off.
Oh, it's tape.
I think at the end of '93, I tagged it off.
Why are you playing with tape?
Because yeah, I did write the programs, and also I took the early pictures until we got 1 or 2 of the magazine people that come up from Atlanta or whatever and do it too. So.
Oh, you got some work to do.
Were there more fair shows you could have done, considering it's just easy, it's sold shows, easy money?
Well, there were more we could have done, but we'd had to do them for free because they weren't offering to pay us to do it. No, see, that's the thing. We went up, and we did this in OVW also. We set up at the Fair Board convention, where all the county fairs in a particular state, well, like in Louisville, or in Kentucky, it's here in Louisville. Used to be at the old Executive Inn. I think it was in Nashville. I can't remember where it was in Tennessee, but the point is, a lot of the fair convention meet, you set up a booth and you offer to sell them the wrestling shows. We did get, especially in the last couple of years, 94 and 95, we did get a good amount of fair shows, but our problem was it was kind of an institution in East Tennessee to have wrestling at the county fair, but you know that limited you to just East Tennessee. And also a lot of the outlaws would go to, and we had this problem in Virginia, where we had great television coverage in Virginia, didn't get as many fairs there because there were more outlaws up there, and they'd do a show for $1,000 or $1,500. And if we couldn't get 2 at 25 and a couple times, 3 or 4, we couldn't get that. It wasn't really worth doing it because we go in the hole. So a lot of times, the outlaw shows would undercut you just so they could do it, and they do it. That's the term mud show. But we did get a good amount of them, especially as the ones that got them usually were happy, and so then they tell more people for next year.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
I can't remember the specific timeline, but it was pretty daggum close, and I did talk to him because he was. I love Bubba, but he was legitimately thinking that Vince was going to go to jail and that it was going to reflect badly on him as the big boss man, the hero of Law and Order, right? And he was like, I don't want to be involved or associated. I'm going to get out of here. He was really freaked out about it. So I think that, of course, I'm sure there was other business reasons, but that's one of the reasons he said to me why he was bailing at that point, because he didn't know how it was going to go.
What do you think, Dave Meltzer did a big write-up in The Observer, like the main story, almost a magazine article, was about Smoky Mountain Wrestling from when he was down there for family. Do you remember your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I thought he did a real good job. I really did of kind of encapsulating. He put us over, and there were some drawbacks, but he was fair with it. And I can't remember anything offhand that I would take issue with or took issue with as a whole. So it was probably pretty fair and balanced, as they say. But I enjoyed all those guys, not only him, but everybody from different areas being able to come down here and see what we were doing, and kind of because nobody else was doing it at the time. And and it was just, at least they saw when it was starting to work. Because I may not have wanted them there in June, right? In June, I'd be like, oh shit, no, we canceled that, don't go. But it was good for people to see stuff like this.
One thing I didn't get to see because it was in that first year was Dave Meltzer's confrontation with Marty, which everyone talks about. I don't know exactly what happened, but here's the parts I can confirm because multiple people said them. At some point, Marty went up to Dave and he said, "Hey, newsletter." That's how he. What's Eduardo Carpentier's Canadian, and Marty yelled wrong and went this.
He's actually Polish.
He's Polish, jackass. That was fun. And then they got into a fight. Marty wanted to know who would win between Rick Steiner and Bob Backlund, and Dave thought the premise was ridiculous. Like asking who would win between Backlund, and Marty couldn't get over that. I missed that, unfortunately.
Well, but you were there the year that Jimmy Bill Ray set Marty's hat on fire, weren't you? While he was wearing it.
I was there that year, and I was there the year that he said his pants on fire.
Yeah, and he wasn't even lying at the time. Anyway, so we got to Knoxville on Friday night, August 20th, right? And this is where I got in a whole other pickle here with the WWF dates and etc. But, and once again, we did the Golden Circle ticket thing, where front row was $15. Then we went to 8, 6, and 5. We had the Rock and Roll down there at a radio remote at Spectrum Rents, who were sponsoring us at the time. That's where a lot of these comps went. They were giving us a few $1,000, can't remember. We had the concert with the Armstrong Family Rhythm and Blues musical review featuring the Clintons. A most popular wrestler contest award that was going to be given that night, etc., etc. And the card was Dirty White Boy against Bobby Blaze, Kevin Sullivan against the Big Boss Man in a Singapore Spike match. That was where the Spike was getting the box in one of the four corners, right? Horner versus Candido in a diaper match. A 4-team elimination match. And that's basically the four corners type of match, right? Where if a team is pinned, they both have to leave, and the last unbeaten team is the winner. Heavenly Bodies, Bruise Brothers, Scott and Steve Armstrong, Rock and Roll Express. A Coal Miners Club match for the title between Tracy Smothers and Brian Lee with Tammy Fitch, where I have it, I can't even remember the finish, but I have Stomper in parentheses, so I believe Stomper was involved in that. And the main event, and this is what I figured, all right, this was my card to get people to come to Knoxville. The main event in the same building that we sent Bob Armstrong out of in an ambulance to the hospital in May. Bob Armstrong back in the ring versus Jim Cornette in a single match, a lumberjack match where all of his sons and his teams and my teams are around the ring with tennis rackets to keep everybody inside. The special referee is the Big Boss Man, and we do the money back guarantee. If Bullet Bob fails to not only defeat me, but put me in an ambulance and send me to the same hospital that I sent him to 3 months ago, he will refund the money of every man, woman, and child who buys a ticket to see this match in Coliseum. We dropped the cow, right? I said, if this doesn't do it, I don't know what's going to do. The previous best in Knoxville, as I think I remember saying, was like $8,900, right? For this night, we did 2,400 paid, 354 comps, most of them at Spectrum Rents, 2,754 people for $17,962, 18 grand. And that's where, from that point on, and you will see, I'll illustrate this before we close this one out, but from that point on, Knoxville, the highs got higher, and the lows kind of got a little higher too. But like I said, June and September always sucked. But we started being able to get a break in some other months too that we had, and generally more interest. It started that night, I think, and once again, of course now everybody's out there saying, oh, fucking Cornette in the ring, you know, he's saying he drew big money when all these other, no, personal issues, especially in Southern wrestling, were what drew money. And you had to have the right people, you had to have the right incidents, you had to have the right time frame, you had to have the right match. And as I've illustrated, I've made a few mistakes for some of these matches, but this one, that way we got a big house out of Johnson City, and we got an even bigger house out of Knoxville. And as I mentioned, with the in 8 days we ran 3 towns within 90 miles. Morristown added to Johnson City. Let's see, hold on, that's 2,000. We drew 4,700 people to 3 shows in a 90-mile range of interstate in 1 week, in an 8-day period. That ain't bad. So, okay, now we got some, and that's why I started pointing everything to Knoxville, or to August in Knoxville, because we know they'll come. right? So every time I get
Boys
Christmas,
slept along the
Thanksgiving,
walls, surrounded by them.
then of May, we tried to, every time that they showed they would come, I tried to give them a big event that they would want to come so it would feed on itself. Anyway, then, obviously the finish of that main event was that Bob Powell drove me and pinned me with his foot on my chest, and I'd already gotten juice and was bleeding, and then they called the ambulance and they carried me out in it because we weren't giving any of that money back. And what happened there, and I've told the story, when they got me to the Hildebrand went to follow me, and he was there with me. When they wheeled me in the X-ray room,
lived under the mountain.
the X-ray technician goes to do a reading of something, and I'm still taped to this goddamn board, and a guy comes up and says, "Boy, Jim, I think Bullet Bob went a little bit too far."
97%.
It was a fan that followed me to the hospital to make sure and I just wandered into the Gibson. You know, Friday night at fucking midnight, right? So he just wandered in the thing, and the X-ray technician comes back. I said, "Can you get this guy out of here?" He said, "Who are you?" He could have cut my throat. I'm taped down. And so Hildebrand stayed with me. They didn't clean the gig mark up. The gig mark hurt worse and was worse than the goddamn fictitious neck injury, but I couldn't say anything. So by the time they got me in X-ray and everything, and we got out of there, Hildebrand drove me home. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been taped to a board for 4 hours and felt like I'd been hit by a car. So I took off the rest of the weekend because obviously I've just been pile driven. The following night, on Saturday the 21st, we not only had a $2,500 soul show at the Cock County Fair in Tennessee, Cock County, C-O-C-K-E, but also we had a show at the Richlands High School in Richlands, Virginia that did about 300 paid and a couple of grand up there with 12 guys on it. So 2 shows that night. And I took off the next week until the 27th. I was actually going to take off longer than that, but of course, I'd always planned for Bob to give me the pile driver and me leave Knoxville in the ambulance, right? Since the match had been planned. But then the rub had come in, and now I'm booked, and so are the bodies at SummerSlam on August 30th. So they're going to know that I'm ambulatory and not paralyzed on August 30th, so I ain't going to miss my own town. So listen to this weekend. On August 27th, I go to Hazard, Kentucky. It was a 10-man elimination match. The Bodies, the Bruises, and me against Scott and Steve and Bullet Bob Armstrong and the Rock and Roll Express with no disqualification. Plus 3 other matches. Billy did 197 paid for $1,314 and never dealt with those sponsors again. One of those deals where the fucking posters were in the ditch, right? We go to Duffield, Virginia on Saturday, August 28th. 6-man tag, Bodies and me against the Armstrong.
97%, brother.
And 3 other matches.
I'm going to. It's not that much. I thought there was going to be a lot more.
Then we leave Duffield about 10 o'clock on Saturday and drive to Charlotte. Because that's the only place you can fly out of in this fucking place, right? We get to Charlotte once again, 2 in the morning or whatever, but now there's been a wrinkle at it. Because instead of going to Detroit as we were originally supposed to, the Bodies go on to Detroit. But I have to go to New York. Because they booked me and Yokozuna and Fuji for Monday morning, August 30th on the Regis and Kathy Lee show. So we have to fly to New York, or I fly to New York on Sunday night so that we can appear there on live TV on Monday morning and then fly back over to Detroit to do not only the main event but also the tag title match with the Bodies and the Steiners as well that night. So this is getting hectic, right? So basically, the situation is that I had told them I can do SummerSlam, but I'm doing this angle where I'm going to be pile driven and hospitalized in Knoxville, so I got to wear a neck brace. And Bruce said, "What?" I said, "I got to wear a neck brace." And I said, because I got to sell the pile driver. It's you know, this is a big fucking deal down here, right? He says, okay, well then when they told me about Regis and Kathy Lee, which is, I remember, I think they had the redo tickets I already had, so it was like days beforehand. I said, you know, I gotta wear the neck brace on Regis and Kathy Lee. I'm thinking, they have not said no to anything yet. They must be desperate for me to get this goddamn match at some point. And I wish that, I love package, but I wish somebody else would be involved so I could, you know, had a chance in hell of doing it. But anyway, So they said, okay, so that weekend, I drive to Hazard. I work in the neck brace in the 10-man elimination match, so I stay outside until finally Bullet Bob snatches me, right? And the same thing the next night in Duffield, Virginia, and then I drive to Charlotte. I fly to fucking New York City. They pick us up with me and Yoko and Fuji. And when they saw me wearing the neck brace, I'm like, I'm selling a pile driver, guys. I got to, but I've got the suit on. And
Yeah.
I'm doing everything, but I'm visually. And actually, Regis and Kathy Lee, Regis was gone. He wasn't even there. I didn't get to meet him. It was Kathy Lee and some fucking body. I'm trying to remember now. Anyway, or maybe Kathy Lee was gone. I digress. That shows you I hadn't had a lot of sleep. But they actually asked, you're wearing a neck brace. I said, yeah, I got dropped on my head in Knoxville last week, and I'm going to get even with that dirty son of a gun, too, next month. And I got to plug in on Regis and Kathy Lee. Really fucking bitch. Oh, God. Anyway, so we
The fucking horse is in the way.
and get straight back to the airport and fly to fucking Detroit and drive up to Auburn Hills and get there in time for Yoko to put his match together. The Luger and the Bodies and the Steiners, they were gold. So we did the show that night. And then did TV taping the next day in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and the next day in Saginaw, Michigan. But I stayed in Saginaw while the Bodies had to go back because once again, before all this was done, we had a sold fair show, the Claiborne County Fair in Tazewell, Tennessee, which was a $2,000 deal. So they had to go back and make that, and then I flew back the following day. But that was a fucking nutcase of a goddamn travel week. And I couldn't have been happier with SummerSlam, except if
That's the one I'm making.
If they had done that finish, you know, if Luger had won that belt that night, it might have made him.
Yeah.
I don't know. It couldn't have hurt. Couldn't hurt him as bad as what they did. But the match with the Bodies and the Steiners was, I thought, the Steiners' best match that I saw them have in the WWF, and it was one of the best matches on the show. And son of a bitch, once I think it was kind of leading with a loss leader because once that they got me up there and we had that match, they cut the program off. They took the belts off the Steiners, put them on the Quebecers, and we never had any other high-profile dealing with them again. And it wasn't long they were gone. They came down, and that was October, and we'll get to that in a future episode. But they came down and did 4 days with us in Smoky Mountain Wrestling in October. And we did some great houses. I think we did over $6 grand in Barberville. That was over 700 and something people. And
when did you set that up though?
Well, we set it up right after SummerSlam, because that was the end of August. So really, actually, right about the time of SummerSlam, or right beforehand, we had set up that the Steiners would come down off of the fallout of SummerSlam and work with the Bodies and defend the WWF Tag Team title on my shows. Well, then, it wasn't 2 weeks later, after SummerSlam, Pat came to me, whatever the next TV I was at. We might even get to that here in a second. We'll go a little bit farther. But Pat Patterson came to me and said, well, I got to tell you, I know that, we got the guys booked for you. I thought he was going to pull the guys. He said, but we're switching the belts. I said, I get the Steiners, but just not the belts. And then, yes, we're going to switch them and do this deal or whatever. I said, okay, that's because we can make something out of it, right? I wanted to have the Bodies going for the WWF title on the Smoky Mountain show because that made them bigger and us bigger. But if it couldn't be for the belts because they didn't have them, it still at least had the Steiners. That's right. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Steiners quit, and because they weren't happy with a lot of things, and the way they were being used was part of it. So anyway, at that point, that was already been done because I was always 5 weeks out with my cards. Because when we did TVs, we generally did 4 TVs at a time. So I would stay 5 weeks out, so I always had something to advertise. So the second week of October would have been booked right at SummerSlam. But then, we were still, once again, we're headed into September, but we're still doing pretty well because we've had that momentum. And in September 3rd, we had a stinker in Council, Virginia, where 212 people showed up. But in Barberville, with me and Bullet Bob in a cage, and the Bodies and the Armstrongs in a hospital elimination match, and Brian Lee and Tammy against the Stomper for the title, we did 666 paid and $4,274. And that night had the Rock and Roll Express and the Bruise Brothers in the Anderson County Fair with 3 other matches, two singles and a battle royal, and we did a $2,000 sold show there. And then Saltville, Virginia on September the 5th, afternoon show, we did 338 people. And then we go to our regular towns in September, and I'll leave you with this. The Hardin County Fair did $2,000. It was a sold show. Morristown, where we've been doing such great fucking houses before, right? And Tim Horner was at the car dealership that day. Tag title versus the Rock and Roll's Hair with the Bruises and the Rock and Roll. Lee and Horner, Bullet against White Boy with me in White Boy's corner. 428 people, way down. And then Knoxville.
What day did kids go back to school?
Well, that's what I'm about to tell you. This is what I found out, and I'd always heard it anyway, but I was finding these things out firsthand. We did in Knoxville and in Johnson City the next weekend, we did Sandy Scott's idea, back to school special, all kids $2. Because the parents have spent so much money getting the kids the books and the clothes and all that stuff. Back to school always kills you, especially in the old-time Southern territories. So we did a $2 kids ticket, and we had our sponsors of the Rock and Roll Express were at a Piggly Wiggly. The Armstrongs were at a Piggly Wiggly. That's a grocery store down there. Bullet Bob was at another Piggly Wiggly. Oh, Severe, Newport, Greenville. We were really trying to hit everything. But listen to the match, or to the card. Sunday, September 12th, we had to go to Sunday afternoon. Football season, instead of Friday nights in Knoxville, but we went earlier that year than what we wanted to, because that's what they had open. So we're at 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, September 12th. The Armstrongs, Scott and Steve versus the Blues Brothers for the tag team title. Tim Horner and Chris Canfield in a country whipping match. The Heavenly Bodies against the Rock and Roll Express in a quick match off TV. That'd be the first time that the Rock and Roll have faced the new bodies. Smoky Mountain title Kate Fist match with Montana Kid, Brian Lee versus Tracy Smothers. And Bullet Bob Armstrong versus my new assassin, Terry Funk. And the winner will be Smoky Mountain Wrestling Commissioner. Because since Bob vacated it, I'm trying to get the spot, right? Fucking died. 763 people paid with the kids' ticket. It was $4,720. We had 317 comps out because we had sponsors. And that's when I realized that September, when Bob Armstrong versus Jim Cornette draws 4 times what Bob Armstrong versus Terry Funk draws, you know it's day, timing, angle, and situation. And then the following weekend, we went to Johnson City. Listen to this. Johnson City outdrew Bullet Bob Armstrong versus Terry Funk in Knoxville. We had 855 paid and 114 comps. We did $5,100 with a $2 kids ticket. For basically the same card, except instead of Bullet versus Terry Funk, it was Bullet Bob in a loser leave Smoky Mountain match versus My Secret Weapon. And that's where Bullet lost and had to out of Smoky Mountain and had to come back as the masked Bullet, right? My Secret Weapon was Larry Santo in a new town. Old Larry Santo from down in around Chattanooga outdrew Terry Funk in a match against Bullet Bob Armstrong. And then we had to rebuild again. We had September where it just sucked. We did the TV. We got some things going. We had Ifit in October. We had big things. We had the Big Apple Grapple in Paintsville where we had a show in conjunction with the Johnson County Apple Festival and did a big house there. Morristown came back. We had not only the Steiners but Sherry Martell in to oppose Tammy in Knoxville and Barberville and Johnson City.
Why'd you text Joey waiting?
We were able to lead into our Thanksgiving and Christmas season where, we started doing some more regular business in the big towns and ended up, as I believe we've covered before, doing that huge house in Knoxville in February of '94, Sunday Bloody Sunday, where we did over $30,000 and over 4,000 people. But that shows you there were ups and downs, and you couldn't always depend on a great house just because you had great talent. You had to have great talent in the right place. It had to be a time where people were able to come and had the disposable income to come, and then you had to have the right personal issue in place. And it was challenging. And plus, once again, you see why I can't imagine why I did not have a stroke. Just in 1993 alone, because I worked. At one point, I was the top manager, heel talent, and once again, not out of ego, but because I didn't have to pay myself. I knew I wasn't going to walk out on myself or change my own shit. But I was the top on-camera performer. I was the booker. I was in charge of post-production. I was working with Sandy Scott on all facets of the live events. Plus, I did the angle and the deal and talent trade with WCW and appeared on their programs. Plus, I did the angle and talent trade and the deal with WWF and appeared on their programs. And I still had 2 more years of Smoky Mountain Wrestling to run and continue full-time TV work for the WWF. It didn't get any easier.
How did the locker room in Smoky Mountain Wrestling respond to you and the Body showing up on WWF television? And when did you find out? How surprised were you that you did not go with Luger?
The castle must have
with a
looked
clean
so
pinfall
peaceful
victory
among the
for the title
Sakura.
in SummerSlam?
Well, first of all, as soon as we did the TV and were seen on, no, you know, that night, that was a Sunday night, so it wasn't live. As soon as we did the TV,
A young boy, my father, me to the city.
And he said, what the fuck? And I said, watch TV tomorrow. And said, but I told him the deal at that point, but he said already, whoever of the guys had heard had called him like, are we closing down? I was like, no. That's exactly why, but I didn't realize that they didn't see it as it was presented. They just heard about it first. And they said, what the fuck? Secret angle, and I knew angles. So
Thank you.
I had to,
Thank you, thank you.
everybody, I'm sorry, you know.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
It's
you.
now my duty to inform everybody of secret angles that I think are going to help the company and the business. But once Brian told everybody, no, he's going to be back next weekend, and you know, we all may get a fucking shot.
98%, brother.
You know, it was more well received. Me and Watts would have traded back and forth more. I think Vince wanted some guys when I was finished with them, and I got dates on some of his talent. I think we would have had more feeding back and forth where guys would have gone to work for WCW maybe just for a program and come back to me, or me bring him in like I did Bobby for 90 days, or Arn just for a few shots or whatever. But we got extra talent. We got access to that big name talent that was on television that we could intersperse with our guys to make them look competitive with major names. Eventually, guys did start getting chances, whether it be Al Snow or Chris Candido or Glenn Jacobs, and I got well done for a while. So bless them, I like them both. But so once the guys realized that we might make more money on this off the big shows, and we've all got a chance to be looked at and they're keeping an eye on us, I think they didn't have any problem with it. Horner hated it because he was mad at him and had sued him before. And I said, well, you don't have to go. They're not asking for you, and I'm not going to make you.
What was the lawsuit? I don't remember.
Oh, some horse shit where he sued him for anything he figured out how to sue him for using his likeness somewhere on something or whatever. I don't know, a rubber wrapper. I don't fucking know. A videotape or something, just because he didn't like the way they used him because they used him up to his level. And that's why he didn't like it, and he had a grudge against them. And then when he heard about, because he and Sandy Scott, I did tell beforehand, right? Because he was supposed to be part of the deal, and he looked at me with that shit sniffing look he used to get, like, why didn't you consult with me on this? And they was pretty quickly acknowledged that I don't need to consult with people on something like this. It's going to help us, and you don't have to go work for it. So there you go. He wasn't happy.
What about Luger?
Well, Luger, I'm trying to think. I didn't know what the exact finish was till we got there, but I think I got the heads up a few days beforehand that he wasn't winning it. And I'm like, what? How the fuck? Because it was the original plan for him to win it. And when I was told, when we were brought in, that we were leading to that, I was told he was going to win it, and I had done all my promos basically. If he won it, it would have sounded great, but he was, I made him look pretty much like a plate full of piss if he didn't win it. He didn't win it, and they thought dropping the balloons or whatever, I don't know.
The most awkward celebration in wrestling history. What are we celebrating?
Exactly. But I was new there. I'm like, maybe this is the way they do things. I don't fucking know. I haven't kept a close eye on the, product, obviously. So I thought they knew better than, but it just, Vince at that time was trying to milk it out for WrestleMania so they could have a big switch at Madison Square Garden, and he thought that people would still be
Over here,
interested
boy.
in Luger after that, and then 6 months down the road, or 9 months, or whatever it was, 6 months. Anyway, it didn't ever take place.
When did you find out they weren't going with Luger at that time? They were going back to Red.
I never thought it was already settled science by the time WrestleMania 10 rolled around that he was not going to be winning it there. I knew at that point that it was going to be Bret.
Did you think anything about how it changed your role with Yokozuna? I mean, it's one thing if you're his manager and he doesn't have the title, what is he doing? But now, he's still the champion. He's still going to be the top guy, and he's going to be in that role for several months.
Well, the principle still held that he's the main event heel in the World Wrestling Federation. Somebody needs to be cutting some strong promos. And his whole gimmick was that he was not going to be the guy to do that, and we talked about Fuji. So, they just, I never really asked, do you want me to continue? They never really asked me if I wanted to continue. We just continued.
There was never an end date. Like, they never said we want to use it for 2 months.
No, it was just no. It was just like, you want to do this, okay? And I just kept doing it. And once again, they were still bringing the bodies up. It was in November that we would have the bodies in the Rock and Roll match at Survivor Series. Because the thing about this, not only did the Heavenly Bodies have an angle with the Rock and Roll Express in WCW and Smoky Mountain Wrestling in 1993, but also the Heavenly Bodies, while the top team in Smoky Mountain Wrestling challenged for the WWF title in the Steiner's hometown in the Palace of Auburn Hills. But then we got the Smoky Mountain tag title match with the Bodies in the Rock and Roll on Survivor Series that same year for the WWF. And they had a 4-star match, and the people in Boston didn't give a shit because they were waiting for Doink and his little dinks to come out. And so there's this classic tag team match that Ricky Morton's selling and all his shit looks good and sharp and he's diving and blah blah blah. And the people, because they were past that at that point, right? They were like, and then here comes Doink and 4 midgets dressed as Doink and the place to leave. So that was a valuable lesson too. It's what you educate your audience to, not what they're looking at a lot of times.
What do you think Stan thought when you guys showed up on WWF television? And what did you think when he showed up there as a commentator?
Well, I don't remember if I ever asked him specifically, hey Stan, what did you think? But I was glad to see him, and that's when Jerry Jarrett was there, and he was bringing in people that he knew that he could trust and that would do a good job in certain places. And I never even asked. Jerry may have been one of the people watching the videotape and put in a word for me also, but I think that one probably had to go all the way up the chain. But Jerry was assembling people at the time that he knew he wanted to work with if Vince went to the big house. And so when he brought Stan up as an announcer, it was the best of both worlds because Stan liked the concept of the wrestling business. Stan just didn't like wrestling anymore. And so he could still be involved and be an announcer. He had that great voice. And it prepared him for his second career as the boat racing commentary and television. And but I bet he was probably like, oh fuck, I just left last month. They're in fucking SummerSlam.
I'll tell you, this period of time, summer of '93, is like the height of the state of Tennessee's influence over the WWF. Because you have 2 Tennessee wrestling companies, both of them have working relationships with the WWF. Vince is the top heel in one of them. And then the top heel in another one is now managing the top heel in the main one.
Yeah. Well, they wanted to get the job done, so they had to call us Tennessee boys. Vince was going to go to jail. Everything was going to hell. They lost Hogan and then Warrior and all that stuff.
SummerSlam's all about the bodies of Lawler.
That's right. That SummerSlam was a great Lawler show too. So I'm just telling you. But anyway, it was hectic though, and that's. The fact that the WWF relationship was more long-lasting, I think, benefited us. We drew some major houses with some of the we were able to bring some of the biggest names in wrestling to Knoxville Live. WWF very rarely came there in those days, so it wasn't like they were stepping all over the top of us. We got to kind of
Hey, yo.
teased the idea of, hey, if you come here, you'll be on the WWF's radar because so many guys started going up. And that was a help to us later on in OVW as well. And so I think overall it was good. And plus, I knew and except with a little messy little thing, but Vince not going to jail, when that was, all settled and everything, I knew that the leadership of the WWF was stable, and I knew who I was going to be working for and with, and not like WCW, where not had done anything with Watts, but once he was gone, I didn't trust any of them, and most of the people I did trust there didn't have the pull, right? So we were able to do more long-term shit, and eventually, as I said, I would have liked for Smoky Mountain to have eventually morphed into kind of a developmental territory. Not saying that we would have taken wrestling school students and put them on the main events, that we were a little bit farther advanced than that at that point. But a developmental territory in terms of all the territories used to be developed people. Because a preliminary guy becomes a mid-card guy when he changes to another territory. And then finally that mid-card guy goes to the WWF and maybe becomes a top guy. You have to develop everybody. And I would have liked to have seen that with the WWF and Smoky Mountain today, because I just took a 4-year break in between Smoky Mountain and OVW to go up there to the WWF and see what the fuck I could do and how to get out of it and get back to running the territory again and just sending them guys, rather than being involved in it. That was always my best use.
Zurich gives my customers more ways to pay with online invoice payments.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome to a super-duper special edition of the Jim Cornette Experience, where we're going to do a deep dive all the way into the darkest recesses of the Great American Bash 1986, live on tour, and more. Plus, I'm slappy today. Your packages have begun winging their way to you as we speak, and we'll talk more about that. But to join me in doing so, my cohort and co-host, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you, the former post office playboy, although the new girl Bree likes your voice too. He's Swammy's Pappy, the proprietor of the French Toast Chateau, your friend and his, the great Preston. No, it's Brian last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. Amazing pleasure to be here once again. Tell me about this Bree.
Well, Bree says, your co-host has a wonderful voice too.
So she's new, and someone who works there said, hey, you gotta listen to his show. That guy who comes in every day with all those packages, you gotta hear his show.
Well, I am supportive of, especially over the last week. Now, every morning when I'm coming in, George will just yell, Bree, Jim's here. So she comes out and opens up a separate window because I'm bringing, this morning was over 200 pounds of packages to be shipped out.
Damn, I can't believe I survived that.
Bree, I've inherited Bree now that Susie moved on to a bigger and better job. I think she's working underneath the Postmaster General in D.C. now. But Bree has inherited me.
Well, let me ask you this. Here's a tough question. Would everybody be smoother with Susie, or is Bree doing everything?
No, Bree is doing a very good job. Of course, there would have been the more familiarity with Susie because of the constant repetition.
I was in the waterfall.
Over the last few years of the mailing process, but yet Bree, because she's worked at the plant, she's used to high volume, so she's just, putting her in there. They can't give me just any old amateur, anybody that's just come from, the local Target or whatever. They got to give me plant people that have experience in dealing with pressure situations. Speaking of which, we did the drive-through this week, but I was asleep when we did it, so I don't remember what we talked about this.
One more.
What I said. So pardon me if I chew my food twice.
I think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, the limited edition hardcover behind the curtain signed
That is the last thing I need.
Just over 4 days.
I gotta figure out which one I need now, though.
Mass chaos around the castle here, as we did not expect. Nor humbly do we
I just gotta figure out which one I need.
Feedback and support from you folks, but
Yo, Bean's here! Yay, Bean! He came just in time!
selling something out that quickly and creating another collector's
Well,
item.
100%. What do you mean?
I'm not like those collector's plates. I'm never doing plates because I heard some of those plates can go down.
Bean's here. I can't believe he made it. What's up, brother? DJ's here! Yay!
The situation set in. Okay, approximately 1,500 people. Now, some people ordered more than one book because they wanted a Christmas present.
Sick as fuck. Yeah, I know, bro. I'm about to do it. I gotta figure out where this last one is, though.
So around 1,500 different people ordered, and because some people have just ordered books, but many people ordered more items, DVD or a T-shirt or another book or a picture or whatever the case.
I gotta move up.
The 1,500 people ordered 2,000 separate items. 90% of which
Could barely breathe this morning because I was coughing up a storm. Dang, man, that sucks. Oh, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking to you. The fuck? Not me. I'm talking to Bean. Yeah. Yeah, get better, Bean. I'm confused. Where do I have to? Where is this freaking thing?
These giant cardboard boxes are about 50 pounds apiece. So I'm taking in every morning 200 pounds. Monday morning 200 pounds. Tuesday morning 200 pounds.
What show?
200 pounds.
Here it is. Is this the one, brothers? Is this the one? Is this the one for the platinum? And here's platinum. 3, 2, there it is. Most legendary heroes, you have wandered and changed this land for the better. The Arnio will be remembered. It's a skill issue, that's why I'm sick. Yeah, maybe.
Well, actually, tomorrow, as you hear this, will be Friday, ladies and gentlemen, but we're taping this tomorrow and Friday and Saturday and Sunday, 4 days. I believe I can have, Brian, last
Blades of the Stem.
orders ready to go out Monday. Well, they'll be going out, but ready
That was it?
have gone out.
That's all I get? That's all I get?
I believe this in my heart, as long as I don't sleep.
Oh my god. Well, I didn't technically 100% it. Technically. Because I still got some challenge, some missions I gotta do. And I gotta get all the I-new items.
You have to fill out a customs form. And with your name and address, and the person you're shipping to's name and address, and the contents of the package, and you gotta sign it. And then at the other end of the...
I got the platinum, but I'm still not fully done with the game.
The clerk has to enter it in by hand in their system. So each customs form to fill out on this end, let's say it takes 3 minutes. Well, there's a couple of hundred international orders. So that's approximately 10 hours of customs forms time. So Stacey's putting the return address on a puncher on a huge stack of forms. And then so we can fill the rest out from there. And next week, ladies and gentlemen, if you live around the world and you ordered from me, I love you and I thank you. But International Week is next week at Courthouse Collectible. That's where every day we're going to be taking international packages on a rotating basis because it takes about 3 to 5 minutes per package at the window. And there's a couple of hundred of these, so do the math on that. And tunnel issues for all the signatures and all the inscriptions? No, I'm a man. Men don't get carpal tunnels. And besides, that's my racket hand. I've been using that hand to grip my racket all my life. And so that's that hand. I could Von Erich claw somebody into submission with that hand because of my habit of writing everything and my gripping of my racket. That's what it's going to be called from now on. I was gripping my racket when she walked in. And anyway, so.
Yep. Nope. Still not done.
My hardcover edition is sold out. And please, everyone.
I have to get all these I-new items. I have to do a couple side quests.
That's all I'm doing from morning till night.
Yeah, I still got side quests to do.
Give me a little leeway here. And don't get left out because now I'm hearing that the softcover edition that's available on Amazon or any book dealer, comic shop, if they don't have it in stock, chastise them.
Come on, Lotisa.
Suitably chasten them. But Behind the Curtain was the #1 seller on Amazon, wrestling book category. I guess that's like being the nicest guy in the president, maybe. But anyway, I'm hearing now that comic shops and live brick and mortar locations are selling out of this thing, and it was #1 on Amazon. So the print run was limited in some respect. I don't know how many. I've got to find that out. We didn't expect it would sell out the first week, but apparently it may very well be. So order soon, not from me, because I don't have the soft covers. I had the hard covers, now they're gone. They're snatched up. Don't let the same thing happen to you on the soft covers. Get them. Go to Amazon. Go to your bookstore. Go some goddamn where. Clear the airwaves. Behind the Curtain is on sale. Okay, I've got an update real quick on also something last week from the program. When I offered to give Jordan Butterface Grace $250 or contribute to the teacher's charity to buy school supplies on her behalf, or I'd double it to $500 if she quit the business, but I haven't heard any feedback on that.
No, I got it.
Have you heard anything?
You know, I gotta call hard.
All right, but anyway, I said somebody send me the information on where I can to the teacher's charity that helps them buy school supplies for needy kids. And apparently there is not one centrally located version of this, like the Humane Society or whatever. It's a bunch of individuals, which this is a sad state of affairs and commentary on America. But a bunch of individuals putting up GoFundMes or whatever for their students or whatever the case. So I don't know what to do now because.
You there?
And now if you contribute this just out of the blue to one person, that seems to be favoring them over another person, and I don't know who's getting this money. So I still have $250. Can somebody tell me an accredited national charity that somehow helps
You prayed as the deer died.
kids who don't have the money for school supplies to get them? That I can give this 200. It seems like if they don't have one, they ought to have one of those things somewhere, doesn't it? You know they know Mary Purpa. She's a
I hope
teacher.
they keep their end
There
of the
you go.
bargain.
If you hear this, get in touch. I'm just gonna what if she hears this, like she would ever not listen to this program when it first came out.
Put it to good
She's
use.
one of our most dedicated listeners, and
Well, it's back to school season. It could be delayed listening.
well, okay, that would be a good reason. But she's beautiful and lovely and well educated and has all the book readings and smarts. So Mary will know. Mary, tell us where to send. She'll say my house, right? $250 a teach. But anyway, we have a news. Actually, we have a couple of sponsors
What is it?
this week on the program, and Brian, we have a couple that you don't know about. I'm going to spring this on you because times are tough here at the castle. You know, I barely grossed 6 figures last week, and times are tough, so I've had to take some advertising, and you don't know about this, but because I'm getting paid, you're not. But I figure if you
Behind
can't
the
beat them,
timing for 2 other cotons.
then you might as well join them. So I'm accepting advertising from some of the current, modern, evolved wrestling promotions to advertise their events. Because since everybody listens to this program, then that way people will know where to find them. So let me just read some of these advertisements I've got, Brian. Then we'll continue on with the program. First of all, on September 12th. In Wartburg, Tennessee, at the VFW Hall, it's the Cosplay Wrestling Federation. They are presenting a show entitled May the Farts Be With You, where they will all dress up as Star Wars characters and sit in the middle of the ring eating beans, Taco Bell, and Arby's till all of the 36 fans in the building can smell their farts individually. On September 15th in Springfield, Missouri, at the Booze and Bovine Buffet House, we have Dinner Theater Wrestling. The Dinner Theater Wrestling Federation is presenting Death of a Salesman.
I don't know, why didn't you?
By putting through a flaming table wrapped in barbed wire and covered in fluorescent light tube. Keep this out.
That's right.
And lastly, on September 17th, and the location is one of their houses, depending on who's got the new video game and whose mother or roommate is out of town that day. The Performance Arts Wrestling Federation are presenting a show where they don't title their work or advertise their matches. They all just sit in the corner and wipe each other's tears because they're all so hurt and offended that people think they're stupid. So that'll be taking place on September 17th. So just some of the new advertising that we have here.
We should do like a segment, like a modern take on Bowser the Booker, Cornette the Booker, where you have the AEW to rebook it as stupid as they could possibly ever imagine.
I've been the Booker, and I don't want to be the Booker anymore. But speaking of Bookers, you know what the plural of Booker is? Well, it's bookies. No, it's not. But but there's a segue in there somewhere from Booker to bookie. We have been, ladies and gentlemen, we've been approached by a fine company. I know they use their left and right turn indicator to sponsor the program. And to be quite honest, as we mentioned, we recommend products that we use here on the program, or stuff that we know about, or that we are somewhat expert in or fans of.
Some items I've
and
come
we
across.
know that the college is like-minded folks. There's some things that Ron and I don't know anything about. But yet we're always open to expanding our horizons. And Brian, you're probably better up on this than I am, because it's an online concern. And you at least know how to get online, where I'm challenged with that too. But neither one of us, and I know we've got some out there in the audience, because I've heard them talking in Charlotte, I've heard them talking to various live events or whatever. Some of our fans like more than one thing. I know that's hard to believe, but in addition to wrestling, they like the other sports. The footballs, the baseballs, the basketballs of the world, the boxings, the UFCs especially. And basically, this is something that we have been left out on because we just haven't got into it, but we've been contacted by a firm called MyBookie that has heard about the tremendous popularity of the program and wants to advertise on same. And so we have agreed to basically go on an experimental journey here. We don't even have to call Timothy Leary or use any of the lysergic acid diethylamide to go on an experimental journey inside our minds, because MyBookie can take us on that journey. The new sponsors in part of the Jim Cornette experience, MyBookie, the place to bet on football every weekend.
Finally resting. I've been
Is going to help you and me, Brian, get rich and successful, because they've got a deal. Not only do they have better bonuses and more prop bets than any other sports book, you see, automatically I'd already be lost. Thankfully, we got MyBookie to lead us through this. But they are hosting the first online handicapping super contest, where the first place is guaranteed to guaranteed to win at least. It also, we can wean you away if you have a gambling problem, folks. We want to wean you away from that, so disregard this message. But first place is guaranteed to win at least $100 grand, and it only costs $100 to enter.
You can't say wean your way without sounding like Dusty Rhodes.
But possibly I could sound like the Token, where in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. A wean away, a wean away, a wean away, a wean away. I'll wean you away. But with MyBookie, all you got to do is pick 5 NFL games and get the spread every week to climb the leaderboard and score your share of the huge cash prize pool. See, already I'd be lost, but we got MyBookie to help us out. So what we're going to do is, if anybody else wants to take this experimental journey with us, Brian, we're going to put up, it's going to be my money and your brains as usual.
Now will you tell me what's going
It's going to
on?
be my $100. I'm going to have a dog in this fight. But you're going to get on MyBookie online, and you're going to pop us in this bad boy, and we're going to pick.
Apologize for him.
What now? So you want me to place bets? I'm going to be placing bets on behalf of you?
Yes, because you're
My little brother hated
this
my
partnership.
What's my share of the winnings?
Well, it'll be a little under half.
My brother
Okay, I will take it.
All right, well, there you go.
Unfortunately for my brother,
But you
I don't know anything about how I don't know football. I'm not a big football guy.
Well, that's exactly the whole reason why we got my bookie now. Because they're going to help us through this. We're going to get on my bookie, and I'm sure aren't they going to tell us how to do this shit?
I don't know if they tell us to or if we actually place the bets and just they manage the bets and take care of the bets and manage the money and deliver the money.
I want them to do all those things. I want them to manage the money, take care of the money, and then deliver the money.
And I'm looking on here. I know we're talking football, but it looks like they also do other sports like hockey, basketball, and even the king of sports, baseball.
Oh, no.
All right, brothers. I'm going to hop off. Wow, fuck you.
Like I said about Ken Resnick at the buffet at the gathering
Thanks.
in Charlotte.
See ya.
He makes watching paint dry look like a Universal Studios thrill ride. Baseball is the most boring thing. But anyway, at least you got plenty of time to bet on it while you're sitting around.
I know. I'm sorry.
Or gripping the racket, as they sometimes say.
See ya.